What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's happening?
Faye, what time is it for you?
5:16 a.m. in the morning.
God. Oh my lord. Are you just like an early bird or is it a special exception for me?
Well, baby. How do I how do I say this? No, I mean sometimes my sleep pattern goes in and out. So sometimes I'll sleep during the day and then I'll be up all night and vice versa. So, but yeah. I work around it, so yeah.
How you doing, Tom?
Always good, my friend. Always good.
I thought this would be a really interesting discussion considering what has happened in the past 3 days. And it's something that has been happening more and more, I've been noticing. And obviously the most recent one was, well, the premise of this is like how you become someone that is like respected and an OG and you end up as a LOLCOW. Unfortunately, yesterday, Re1ated's, Bloody Bison, whatever his name is, he became a LOLCOW. And so I want you two are both OGs. And in my opinion, you have both successfully navigated away from LOLCOW territory, even though people have tried to drag you there before. So I wanted to get from your perspective, just to start. What's it like for you guys? We'll start with Fate. Like when people try to drag you into that territory, and obviously my beef with you might have accelerated that. But what was it like for you to realize, I'm entering LOLCOW territory now? Maybe I should step it back a little bit.
Oh, how do I say this? Like, I think, how do I put this? I think it could be a couple of factors, right? Like it could be that, and I've seen this in the past where if people are going through some shit in real life, and then they come online, they start taking out on people, or they just become a soft target, and then they just start snowballing and not realizing that they're actually sort of becoming their own worst enemy. I mean, you guys have heard the phrase "don't feed the trolls." Well, I mean, that phrase has been around for a really, really long time, and I remember back in the day actually reacting to trolls. I didn't realize what trolling was when I first got on the internet. The beef with us, like, because it's interesting because, like, if somebody had come to me and said, "Oh, Mike thinks that because you're so incredibly handsome, he's mad, right? And he can't deal with it, and that's why he's going after you," I'll be like, "Okay, all right." But sometimes there isn't a reason. Sometimes things just happen, and sometimes I think that, like, it's a bunch of things. Sometimes I think that if you don't know where somebody's coming from, then it's difficult to get a read on them and then try and figure it out. I know we always tried in the past, and then, sometimes, as it's just a matter of time. Sometimes, it's just like things just have to fall into a right time frame, and it's like, okay, let's sit down, let's talk it out, or whatever. But I don't know, man. It could be a few things. It really could. I know. It was driving me fucking crazy. It's driving me crazy, man. Right? We were just like two immovable like objects. Bang, bang, bang. Like neither one of us were just like, nah, fuck it. No, he's not getting the one up. And then you do the same and vice versa. And it's, but you ask my boys, they'd be like, I'd be talking to them and I'd be saying to them, it's like, why the fuck are we fighting, dude? Like, this is just ridiculous. Like, it makes no logical sense. We're heading on the same direction when it comes to discussions in the gaming space. It makes no sense. But because Tom's here, how you going, man? Sometimes when you feel like if you're backed into a corner, you'll start lashing out. You'll start dragging other people in because you're trying to figure out what's going on, what can happen that can suddenly crack this thing open and go, that's the answer. That's what I need. Some people don't realize that. You could look at guys like Boogie, Red, whole bunch of others where they get to our age and it's kind of, I don't know. I think some of it could be ego. Some of it could be not wanting to sort of look foolish, and it's like getting online and smacking kids around on a fight. It's like, yeah, I still got it, man. I can still handle it. It could be that. I know you've had some amazing crash outs. crash outs.
Me or Tom?
No. Your live streams, like you've had some amazing people, right? I'm sitting there watching, and I know I've joked with you about it. It's like, listen, man. If you want a break from that stress, we can go back to beefing, because it seems like we're down here and they're like, they're fucking stratosphere. You know,
it seems to be getting worse and worse.
It is, yeah. And listen, to be honest, man, look at the state of the world. It's sort of one of those things that's like, you know, if somebody had said to me, like, you know, seriously, look, Mike's got some stuff happening behind the scenes, you know, family members are unwell or something, you know, back then when we were beefing, I just would have been, I'm back the fuck out. I'm like, no. Because now you just never know what's really going on with people. You never know. And sometimes, as you know, people bring it online, and, you know, it's unfortunate. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, how about from your perspective, Tom?
About the crashing out or whatever, or what's going on with the Red situation or whatever?
Not necessarily even Red. Like, he's just the latest crash out, but just it's like the way Red has behaved. It's been like a common pattern. And like we were talking earlier, like you've succeeded so much in the FGC that even when people tried to put you down, there was too many accolades for them to really dismiss you, and you never lent into the trolls all the way. And so I was curious, because you're from the same generation as Red. How did you navigate it versus like what you've seen from people like Red?
Well, I don't know. I think I started in '92. I predate pretty much everyone but James MK. I don't know. I'm old, man. Like myself and Fade are in the same generation, you know.
Same year.
Same year.
Yeah. How old are you look?
48.
49.
49 I'll be this year. Yeah, 49 in September.
It's very difficult for OGs to know how to transition from where we are to OGs, and the greater you are, so there's like a certain point where there are some OGs that are, and I can't even say that because I don't really, unless you're someone like a Sonic Fox or Daigo, that type of, you know what I mean, status, Justin Wong, etc. People that are still legendary figures, but not like unquestioned, untouchable, which are the majority of like all-time greats, you know. In Tekken, you'd have to be Knee, but if you looked at people like kind of below the top 4 or 5 Koreans, right, or Japanese, as much as they were great, you know, they're not that legendary status. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In Mortal Kombat, like for me, I'm not a Sonic Fox status, right? I'd be more like if somebody were to say who's like an Alex Valle figure of Mortal Kombat, right? Valle's as great as he is, you wouldn't put him up there with he's one of the greatest of all time, but he's not like Justin Daigo, right? He wouldn't even put himself there, right? But he's, you know, whatever. People of that status, and Valle is one of the few that's transitioned greatly, you know, into an OG. Most people struggle to go from where they are all-time great for like, you know, 10, 15 years to now your time is up. And you can still carry the same influence, but you have to go about it differently. And that's where they struggle, you know, because obviously you are not winning anymore. You're not in top 8 anymore. So as far as the tournament scene, you are not as visible, right? So they struggle to transition into ambassador, you know? And for me, not that I did. So for me, for a long time, I didn't give in to trolling up until the streaming era. Like the message boards for me were, one, it's easy. For me, it was easy to not give in to trolling while I was still playing. Because I didn't, no matter what some troll would say, next tournament would come out, I'm back in the top, whatever, right? And I'm gonna have some crazy outburst on stream, hold that, whatever, you know, I'm gonna have those. I'm gonna get my revenge, right? So I don't have to give into the message boards or, you know, trolling used to be. Streaming is a different era of trolling. Trolling used to be these people that would go on message boards, and they would just they would say something pointless or frivolous. and they would just wait for this wall of text that you would give back to them, right? And that's how they would. But then the internet started a new level of trolling. It allowed trolling. This is such a deep layer, to be honest. I don't want to go too far into it here, but it allowed the troll to see the reaction in real time, which is like oxygen. You know what I mean? Like they no longer have to keep checking the boards or the forums, right? So that's kind of changed everything. While I was playing MK9, keep in mind I wasn't streaming. I didn't start streaming till MKX. So during like me playing like MK9, you know, stuff like that, you know, people would say stuff on the boards or the forums, but a lot of the trolling, quote unquote, would come amongst my peers. We'd be at it for a tournament in like 16-bit or Rio PL, you know, Dave Pig. They would repeat the jokes. You know, we'd joke about what gets said on the boards about us, etc., so on and so forth, right? Who's washed up, who's blah, blah, blah. You know, it was more of like a joke between us because we were more insulated. You know, they didn't have as much access to us before streaming became what it was.
Yeah.
And once streaming did become what, and it coincided in MKX, here I am, I was 40 years old, 10 years ago, 2016. I'm turning 50. And so here I am now, 2 kids, which is a lot to be able to support a family. And I'm playing fighting games. I cannot, the two cannot battle. I can't travel like I used to. The online was bad. Like, and I was still, you know, Mike, you have the rankings. I was still ranked by the players, one of the top 30 something players in the world.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yeah.
Ed Boone actually had you on.
That's MK9.
Oh, you're talking about MKX?
Yeah, we'll go to that later. We'll go to that later. But the fact of the matter is, so, but I'm not top eight, right? So here's the first time now, like I'm struggling, like I'm getting 9th. So this was a ranking done by, because there are many people out there who will say, I imagined my success. This is a top 50 players voted on by go to the panel, who the panel was. So these are very accomplished players, right? In the MKX era, like Honeybee, Gun Show, these people are, some of these guys you may not even know who Gun Show is anymore, but back then he was one of the top players. And they also recently still did a ranking. Do you have the video, Mike?
Yeah, the video can't be played.
No worries. They put me in legend. But the point is, and this is with the legend status, legend tier. So here's the thing. Despite all of this, I didn't age gracefully. So here I am streaming every day, and now people have direct access to me, and now I'm going to tournaments. But not only am I not getting top 8 anymore, I'm getting like 9th, or I'm on the bubble. Then I'm coming home, and the trolling is happening, right? Now they have direct access to me, and I'm not placing like I used to, even though I'm still one of the top players in the world. Again, this is considered by most, if you go on like sites, that I was an average MKX player. Top 30 something in the world is not considered average. So, but and this is at my worst, 40 years old, etc. But the trolling on the stream, and of course, at that point, I'm looking at it like through the lens of a victim. Oh, poor me, I'm being mistreated. It doesn't dawn on you that your reaction to things is just going to bring in that audience, right? Mm-hmm. And it creates a very toxic culture. So I had a period of about 3 years, 16 and 19, where like, yeah, I was giving into the trolling considerably. And we all know, we can talk about later, the incident that happened in 2019. And it was very tough to come out of the other side of this and then kind of like ignore. And then came the bitterness, you know, like as I turned my life around and became successful, even in a lot of my videos that I would point out about MK1, and you would ask many times, Mike, you know, but is Tom wrong? And of course the answer is no. But of course, and I can't deny this, I would say these things in a way of, I am going to rub the Mortal Kombat's community's face in the piss they did on the floor. You're done. Your numbers done. Your game done. Even though it was selling, it was a very like F you, kind of thing. And even though I wasn't wrong about what I was saying, the way I was saying it was done in that manner, I still harbored a lot of anger and bitterness toward the community for the years that I was trolled or whatever the hell, whatever. And really, it wasn't until about 2 years ago or about a year and a half ago when, maybe even less, when I became a born again Christian and accepted God into my life, that I let go of all that bitterness and anger. When I look back at that now, I'm like, even when I was successful in life, I was still losing because I was this happy, joyous, whatever guy. And then I turn on Mortal Kombat and I'm angry and I'm going to show them whatever. Like, I looked at it like I'm winning, but the reality is I gave them such control over my behavior, over, whatever. And it's very tough to get out of that vortex. It's tough to admit, like, your bitterness, your anger, your frustration with both yourself and you handled situations. It's tough. So it's very tough for like some of the greatest players of all time who are not quite Daigo and Sonic, whatever level, or Knee. It's tough for them to transition from that, go through what they inevitably always go through, and then come out the other side for the better and admit those things and not no longer harbor that bitterness, that anger, that frustration toward themselves or the audience.
So I guess my next question, we'll start with Fate, is because you guys have been in the scene since I guess its inception, as long as fighting games have been here, you guys have been here as well. Do you guys feel like it gets to that point where you're, not you in particular, but do you feel like your generation feels like they're owed something or they're owed respect?
No, I never think that at all.
No, not you two in particular, but just
in general.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I was never a competitor, right? So I just played Mortal Kombat in my PJs and, go to the arcades and bum around. But fighting games wasn't the only stuff I ever played or did. So, as I got, I don't know. I mean, I can see from a competitive side of things. So, maybe that, when you earn this stuff, and then you get some young kids come in and go, well, you didn't, you're an old man now, you're washed up, blah, 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 or woman. How that can be annoying because a lot of you guys did pave, a way with the competitive side of things, right? Like, especially like with Tom, like your name, everyone knows your fucking name. Like, it's just like people all the way back, that I knew from when I did YouTube back in the 2009s and stuff, and they've found me again, and then they realize I'm doing Mortal Kombat, and then they've seen me talk about you, and they're like, oh yeah, Tom Brady, I remember him. Like, so there's some I never had that impact, and that's great. Like, that's fine. I don't care. But as a generational thing, I think that I think sometimes it's a little annoying. I know people our age get the Unk title. I think that's kind of cool, to be honest. But like, I haven't seen a lot of people, but I'm also not a competitive guy. So maybe the competitive scene, they've gone through all of this sort of stuff. It's kind of like the Perfect Legend situation where, he has this backlog of achievements, but nobody remembers that. Right. Like they're pinning one thing to his entire career, and that's not right. Like he's done way more than just that one thing that happened with Sonic Fox. And so, I look at him and he's younger, right? Like, he's not our age, isn't he? He's a 30 something year old fella, I think, isn't he?
I don't know how old PO is actually. Tom, do you know how old PO is?
Mid-30s.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not a competitor, but I don't see people around my age feeling like they own anything. We just kind of have that kind of Gen X attitude. You know, just still keep giving shit to everyone, you know. But on the competitive side, perhaps maybe Tom can, you know, maybe that's something he probably would know more about. Yeah. So
is it owed respect? I don't believe respect is ever owed, because I think respect is always earned. I think this is where it gets very tricky, because the problem is when you hang it up, the respect you earned sometimes is removed. So one of the downsides to social media or or trolling is narrative shaping. Meaning, if a joke goes unchecked for too long, a great example is Mike told me when what all these things I'm accused of, which we've debunked a million times. Mike said, you know, it's not a matter of facts, it's a matter of perception. And perception doesn't care about the facts, right? So in my case, for example, right now, what happens with the community is they go with the perception. And I say, here's the facts, here's the facts, here's the facts. But we all know that 90% of the people already know the facts. They're reciting the perception. When you recite the facts, then they say, oh, Tom, we've already heard those facts before. You know, we don't care about that. And it allows them to nullify the facts while still talking about the perception. So it's the narrative. So what you hear, like, for example, for me, and I'm not the only one, I'm using me as an example. What you hear is, and it's kind of confusing because you see a lot of newer players that come in from 2020 or 2021 till now that look at me one way. They say, I see him on Mike's channel, I see his videos, he uses data and numbers and articulates things and sounds like he knows what he's talking about in fighting games and has the resume to back it up. Then there's the NRS community from 2011 to 2019 that's like, no, this guy, he was an idiot. He doesn't know anything about fighting games. He thought he was good. Spoiler, he was really bad. Maybe he did a little something here and there, you know, occasionally might sniff something top, but not really. And then he did this with his fans. So it's very difficult because then it kind of confuses, like, you know, the new generation, like, where is this coming from? And what happens is, you know, there is the truth about what happened in 2019 with me, but all this stuff where, you know, terrible player, bad player, never did anything, never whatever. What happens is in the new era is you have these rumors that can start with PL, right? The narrative, fraudulent Evo champion. That's whatever, right? And as stupid as it sounds, right? So of all the fraudulent Evo champions, there aren't any except for PL. You know, like, it doesn't really make any sense, you know, but it's stupid. However, when these
Sorry,
jokes...
Tom, I just want to clarify something to Gypsy Hollow in the chat. He said that we're doing this podcast today because of Test Your Might. We're actually not doing it because of Test Your Might. Originally, it was going to be about that. But then the Red1ated's stuff happened, and I had a conversation with Tom and Fate today, and I said to them, maybe we should just talk about, like, what it means to turn into a LOLCOW in general. So even though I know I invited some guys from Test Your Might to come over, I didn't update them because I went to the gym. I literally just walked in from the gym. So just to clear it up, because I know he's probably going to go over to Test Your Might and be like, blah, blah, Tom this and Tom that. They were chatting shit about Tom on Test Your Might, but there was only a few of them.
Yeah, so basically, here's where the respect kind of gets lost. Let's just say, okay, me as an example, top player, you know, whatever, MK9, etc., Injustice, whatever it is, before I'm streaming and kind of having the back and forth with the trolls, like in real time. But like, you'll have rumors of you're a bad player, you're this, you're that, and it starts as a joke, right? To be like, like, that was the troll. Every troll is meant to get a reaction from the person they're trolling. A troll it's supposed to be a joke, like, LOL, this guy actually responded. You know, like, the purpose of a troll is to say something that doesn't make sense. And are you dumb enough to go back and forth with someone like that, right? That's kind of what they're doing, you know, kind of like the ultimate gotcha moment, right? That's why people troll. But in my instance, I noticed that I'm like, I think people believe it. Like, because despite the results, it was always Lucky. Who did he beat? I just kept seeing this. I didn't respond to it, but I said, man, this is. And I would talk to my friends, like in the MK scene, Rio, whatever, and I would say, people believe in this. And because it's just going unchecked, it just kept growing. And then I noticed in tournament there were some players who didn't like losing to me because they're like, man, now I got to hear, how'd you lose to Tom? And that became like the joke amongst all of us. You know what I mean? Like, you lose to Tom, and then you gotta, answer like, how'd you lose to this guy? The joke was like somebody who is perceived as terrible, who as is not actually terrible. You know what I mean? And I noticed it started to come to fruition when there was a panel at UFGT called Testers Among Us. I think, Mike, we've played this clip before. We don't have to play it again. People, you've seen it before, where it was a panel with myself and PL, who were two Injustice 1 testers and guide writers. And
oh yeah, I remember this.
Delrich, who at that time was working for NRS before he went to Iron Galaxy, introduced the two of us. And now this is before my streaming era, where I'm giving into the trolls and barking back and forth all day on stream, uninstalling the game, because people will quote all the, you uninstall the game. This predates all of that. And I'm just sitting there. And if you watch the interview, I was very professional, didn't, whatever. But I didn't even think about it. I just was like, it is what it is. Pig brought it up to me, and Pig of the Hut told me Pig told me he would have punched that guy in the mouth. So he tests PL on, and of course he gives PL his rightful accolades. DOA champion, two-time MK Evo champion, goes through the laundry lists of like top 8s that PL did, tested Injustice 1 guide writer, a real like Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name kind of introduction. Then he comes to me. I was one of the top. I got top 8 at that DOA at Evo. I have 1 million top 8s in MK9. I had tested Injustice. I was a guide writer for Injustice, and I had just won a 250-man Injustice major the week before. None of that. He goes, here's Tom Brady. He's usually being trolled. And that was his introduction, And it was like, that's when I realized, like, the identity, even though I'm not going back and forth with trolls, the identity that has become is, there's Tom, man. People are always trolling that guy, man. Always, you know what I mean? And this is before the back and forth. Now, the problem is with OGs, how you handle that is different. If you then go scorched earth, all that you're going to have is just a war back and forth, right? And really the troll's point wins, because you have become everything they've made you out to be, some idiot who is this, that, or the other, terrible, blah, blah, blah. And when you're giving in and going back, there's no respect there at all. Right? And then the players who are around currently are not going to respect you either. They're going to more so deal with the narrative. So the main problem is their OGs are not respected in general. Then OGs, unless the OGs, there are some OGs that are untouchable, for the most part, where, you cannot troll them because you will have such a swarm of people like who are in the know, like making you feel like a fool that it's not worth it to try to troll that person. But for most OGs, this is not the case. So then what the OG does is then they don't realize, like, regardless, whatever, how you handle yourself will determine what the narrative is. And of course, in my case, and in many of our OG cases, we handle ourselves poorly, but we don't see that side of things. We're like, we look at it as lack of respect. And then what do? We lash out. And of course, when you lash out, some of that splashes over into the players that are currently playing and winning, and they just look at you as some bitter old man. And then they start saying, like, back in your day or whatever. And then it just becomes like a war. So the respect is not deserved. It is earned. The problem is OGs don't respect what is earned by the players today, and the players today don't respect what is earned from the OG then. And the OG who is older, who has dealt with trolling for far longer, should know how to handle themselves, but we don't. We're humans, right? And
I'm going to quickly read out these super chats, but I've been sent over a clip by Finn T. He's told me that it's worth playing on stream. I haven't seen it yet, but I want to talk to you about Red because of how he disrespected me, because you know him.
I know him very well.
All right, so I've got some questions, but and Faye, if you want to chime in, you're more than welcome. I'll just quickly read these out. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $5. The host, Mr. Mike, so he kept doing this yesterday, and I'll get into that in a bit. Sorry for donating too early to the stream when nothing has happened. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. We'll talk about that as well. Venom Star, thank you for the $3. Hi, Mike. I'm loving the streams you've been having. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. I've been enjoying the streams this week. Didn't expect them, but it's been fun. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. Tom is the reason I was molly-whopping people in MK 9 to 10. His Sub-Zero will always be the best. We're still waiting for that book, Tom.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I really think you should write a book. I promise you, we'll make a shop, and I guarantee it will sell out.
I highly doubt it.
You don't think so?
No.
Can you at least write a book and produce 100 copies? And if they don't sell out, I will personally sink my savings into building you a life-size Sub-Zero and send it to your house.
I'll consider it. I'll consider writing a book.
If I can get a poll, if I can get enough people to vote on a poll, let's say it's more than 1,000 votes say yes, would you do it?
Maybe. I don't know. Also, writing a book is very time consuming, which is another I'd have to get.
But you can give the cliff notes to somebody and then have them write the book for you.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to check out this clip that Finn T sent over to me. I don't know what's in it, but it's 3 minutes long. If you want me to pause at any point, then just let me know. But I think this is a good example of an OG becoming a LOLCOW.
And I'm just going to do this live while I'm on the screen, and I will be addressing some of those dumb fucks that had a lot of things to say. There was some asshole, I guess he's a Tekken player, BLN Snake. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is, but he had some choice words. And then he also threw in Tekken saying, oh, my communication skills or something is lackluster, much like my Tekken skills. It makes me wish I can warp in front of them and see if they would say the same shit to my fucking face. Because unlike many people, I actually admit my faults. I actually do my research on things. Me, Red-related, bloody fucking bison, Red-related, this guy right here. I am happy of how I did conduct myself for the most part. And you expect me to watch those fucking videos? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. If I saw them in real life, I'm pretty sure not one of them will say half that shit they say in these fucking streams to my fucking face. I can guarantee that. And if they choose to, I hope they know how to handle themselves. There are too many people that are very loose with their lips or loose with their fucking fingers. I will see if you have the nerve to repeat the same fuckery to my face, and then we'll settle up. Homo, erotic, gay, mental illness, how to suck dick and put a condom on. I'm homophobic. Yeah, right. Let me say, I know far more than most of you. I'm actually researching what's going on in the industry. I understand that there are some people that they want to have that seat at the table. They want to try to feel that I can match knowledge and wits with this guy, with me. And maybe some can. Maybe some can. It's very easy for me to detect bullshit. Anybody ever watched the movie The Matrix, where they went to go meet the Merovingian? He was a Frenchman. He was a dealer of information. Morpheus, he says, we are looking for the key maker. You don't know why you're here. You're here because you were told to come here. You came here without why. You don't know why. You have no power. Mike Hollow Brigade. You think I can use some marketing help? Okay. I remember, you piece of shit. These are people that need to get slapped in real life. I've literally shown that this guy literally fucking lied on me. I wish many of you were in New York. I wish. I would love to see. And it frustrates me that many of you I will probably never see in real life. I wish I had some of you in person. I wish. I fucking wish. I wish I would approach each and every one of you in your face. I stand on my fucking business. Some people like Tekken 8. Some people hate Tekken 8. Some people like vanilla. Some people like chocolate.
Maybe it's personal taste on this. Like I said, chocolate, vanilla. Chocolate. One person likes vanilla. Tekken is like whether a person likes chocolate or vanilla.
Vinci says hi. He said thanks, Vinci. He said thanks. Jason Toyota? He said, fuck Jason Toyota, dog.
What the fuck? I don't know who put that together. I don't know if it was Finn or BLN. Appreciate the clip. All right, Tom, you've known this guy for a long time. What is his deal? Because he just completely did a 360. He went from being pretty normal to completely unhinged. And I don't really understand. You've known me for some time now. I don't know if you saw the interaction, but can you explain from your perspective what went wrong here?
So first, Blood Red is a very well-spoken. I consider him very intelligent. You know, I've known Red for a long time. I think that's just the internet doing its thing and maybe it not being handled very well. I think even Red right now would probably say, yeah, I probably want that one back. And this is kind of like, this is like what is so hard for like a lot of us OGs, you know, it's dealing with kind of like your everyday interaction. And, you know, it's very difficult also once we start going down the dark path, like Yoda, forever will it dominate your destiny. It's very difficult, very difficult to turn back. Because it's tough to see our fault in this, you know, where it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The trolling, even for me with MK9 and the jokes, it was relatively small because the MK9 community was small, right? But when I started streaming and getting these, 2,000 and 3,000 viewers, especially like early to mid MKX, then I had a much larger audience and everybody was watching and clipping and whatever. And really how I was handling myself is really what kind of led to that, right? I basically took this narrative that was wrong and a joke by, only talked about by a small community and not even amongst those that were like knowledgeable players or top players. And I put it out there for the rest of the internet to see. And then I'm acting like a jackass. So it's very difficult for like OG players who are top players to reel themselves back in when they see that. We get so lost in, you wouldn't say that if I were here, or which I don't think I've ever done that. But, in that kind of mind frame where now we're kind of like at war, the difference is these trolls don't have the platform. We do. So what happens is we're using our platform that does have eyes to broadcast the troll's message. And then we wonder why public opinion is the way it is, Yeah. So it's very difficult to, for an OG player to kind of like, and even, I say this, whatever, tomorrow, as much as I'm saying how much it's our fault, my fault for how I handle myself, tomorrow somebody will say, Tom has no accountability. He blames everybody else. He thinks he's a victim. So, and of course, my old reaction would be, didn't you just see this video? And what people don't see the video, they don't whatever. All they're doing is seeing my reaction and saying, yep, he's validating what I'm hearing over here. That's kind of it's a trap we fall into, Mike.
Let me just address chat because Red's in chat. Red, if you want to come up here and you want to talk about this, you can come up here and we can talk about it. Like you should have done from the beginning instead of turning this into a whole thing. So if you want to come up here, you let me know. You're in chat. Unlike you, I can navigate the internet. We'll get you up here. You can come up here and you can tell me what your problem is, and we can hash this out in front of everyone. Because
see, here's
the way I see it, he disrespected
I'm just
me.
defending his guy. I didn't defend him, saying his actions were like, we make mistakes, right? And that's the point. It's tough to come back from that because then we start doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. It was handled wrong. That's what I'm saying.
But I've handled wrong in what sense? But by Red or by myself?
By Red.
I don't understand how it went sideways like that. Like, you know, Tom, we've been talking for like 2 years now, and 3 years actually. We've been talking, and how many times have you messaged me and said, "Don't mention this on stream," or "Can you change that?" or "I don't want to bring this up," and I've always said to you, "No problem." I've even Fate said to me, "Hey, could you take those streams down that we did?" You know, because we finished beefing and they're pretty like damning. What did I say? What did I say to you, Fate? I said, "Cool." Show a good faith, I did. I would have done the same thing for Red. I would have had no problem with it because in Red's mind, even though people have gone back and checked now and they've said that, yeah, you did say these things on stream. That's why it's in Michael's thumbnail and in his title. He didn't come to me and say, "Hey man, I feel like you did me dirty in the description." I might have looked at him and been like, "Not really, but because I like you, I'll just change it." Instead of doing that, he decided to make it public and then call me a drama farmer and then go on live stream and start all this drama. When he could have just messaged me, we could have handled this privately and quietly, and he wouldn't be the butt of the joke now. I don't really like. I don't know. I've had beef with you, Fate. So you speak honestly from your opinion, because I would like to know: am I difficult to deal with?
First of all, let me just say one more thing. When you're dealing with the FGC and when you're a bigger name and you have a platform, the first reaction we do is always the worst. Run to stream and blah, blah. Always the worst. Always handle it behind closed doors. Once it goes public, and when people have platforms, streaming is really the worst thing. You know, dealing with the internet is not easy. One day they might teach it in school, you know, how to deal with the internet.
They should. They really should.
I mean, and look, it
was easier before social media, though, I think.
Yeah. I mean, look,
because you do a video and then you do a video reaction back and forward, but then like in my case, a lot of the time we end up in a chat room, like on PS3, right? And then afterwards they'd be like, "Oh yeah, he wasn't the asshole." You know what I mean? Because then you get to talk. Yeah, well, 100% with Tom.
This is what I mean. Like, he's coming to the chat now. I've just said to him, we can come up here and we can squash it depending on what he says. He doesn't want to. He wants this to be escalated. Now, I do have a problem with him, but he can come up here and we can sort it out. I don't really understand what's going through this man's head. It seems like he wants enemies.
So, I think, again, like it's sort of, because obviously, Mike, you didn't know me, right? And like 99.9% of the population, you're going to judge people based on like what you're seeing. You're going to, you know, you may or may not hear opinions from your mates going, "Oh, look at this bald fucker over here. You know, look at him. He's crying about women's elbows and shit." Like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? You know? So like, but as somebody told me a long time ago that, you know, what people see here is a tiny vertical slice of the whole person. You know, I know I've shared things with you, Mike, you know, personal stuff, and you've done a little bit as well. And that's the thing. It's like what we see on here is just, you know, when I get in front of a camera, I'm a fucking madman. Like I just can kind of go crazy. But when the camera turns off, I'm really quiet. You know, I'm just really chill, quiet, watching stuff. Like it's kind of different. This is kind of like an outlet. So when I get in front of the camera, the Australian notch goes up to a 20 and it's all over. So for people that don't realize that, you know, you found my content, you're like, this dude's, you know, like this dude's out of his tree. You were, I think, because let's be honest, I think we were probably just both difficult because I think that, you know, like I said, I always kind of, I'd say to my boys, it's like, did somebody get in his head and say something about him to have this level of, you know, sort of like animosity out of nowhere. Like it felt very almost personal, you know. And I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying sometimes it can kind of feel like that, you know, when, you know, especially like obviously all of us are very approachable, even if it seems like it from the outside, you're not, you know. And so once we squashed the beef, I felt a lot of shame for my behavior, because I'm like, I acted like an idiot. Like, this was just ridiculous. Like, you know, I'd much rather get along than fight. I like to fight against like bad business practices and maybe some shitty opinions, but I don't like arguing with people. It's exhausting. It's a fucking waste of time. And I think even you said like it was so bad, like that some of your family were like, oh, thank God that shit.
Yeah, my sister, she was like, when it ended, Ellie was like, tell Faye I said sorry. And she was like, I only did it for you, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I expect nothing less that family sticks up for family. It's a normal thing. But no, I think, and I don't mean to sound like this in a bad way, because I've changed. I've learned a lot because of this whole process too. But I think something happened for you. And I remember watching that live stream where I couldn't make it full. And then I told you later, you know, something came up. And I watched that whole stream. I was watching you talking about the guy, the father, I think, that had messaged you something about his son and stuff. Sometimes things like that just happen. You know, sometimes, you know, you get some like spark that goes, hey, you know, maybe it's going to waken you up and stuff like that. And watching your stream helped me. Obviously, what happened to you woke you up to, okay, you know what, maybe this is a learning moment for you as well. And you have been like so different, like so much more sort of open and willing to talk compared to, you know, perhaps how you were. And I learned a lot too, man. You know, I did, you know. So but no, you're definitely not. And like, we are the benchmark here. It's like, this was a generational beef. Right? You know, it's like
not quite as bad as Rufo and Clayton, but it was pretty bad.
No, definitely not. You know, it was like, what's that word, hollow? I heard that in a movie. You fuck him, right? You know, like, but it's just ridiculous. So like, when I see, because I was listening to some of the Red stream, I was listening to your stream on one screen. I had Red's over here, and I was listening to some of the stuff, and yeah, like Tom's right. Like, he speaks well. Right. You just kind of have to wonder, did somebody get in his head after the stream he did with you, you know, and go, no, dude, like he was doing this and doing that. And then, you know, I think sometimes people want an enemy. Sometimes people want to have maybe someone to fight with. I don't know. But all I'll say is, please let me buy that man a beard trimmer. Right. Just sort that.
Well, Tom, like, you know him from, like, I guess the EMP days. Like, what I don't understand. I'm sure you've had your fair share of beef with people, but what I don't understand is that, like, it's normal practice to like try and squash these things, right? Not to escalate them, especially with OGs, right? Because I know people, I guess, younger, you want your clicks and that, keep the beef going. It'll keep people more interested. But I would have thought that he would want to squash this immediately. Is it in his character to sort of like be emotional and hold on to things?
I think sometimes it's in all our characters to get emotional every once in a while. But I think, like I said, I've known him for a long time, and he's always been very well spoken, highly intelligent. And Red's not a small guy, you know, so in general, is, you know, normally, you know, when we're out, at least in public, when I've been with him, he's had back and forth with people. He doesn't, you know, kind of go scorched earth. So I just think it was just kind of like handling wrong. That's not always in his character. He's normally more reserved, more calm. As long as, you know, he'll talk trash with with the best of them. But in a conversation, a lot of times he's as respectful to people as they are to him. That's why, to me, this is very out of his character.
Yeah, I mean, he's still in chat now. I'm still offering him an opportunity to come up here and speak.
I think
and
it was
he's-
I think it was an in the moment thing. I'm not really sure. I don't really know what triggered it. You
but
know,
he's still doing it. He's in chat right now doing it. Like, I don't understand. He can come up here. We can squash this. He's saying that I want war. I don't want war. I would rather we squashed it. But he seems like
what is the beef over?
He thinks that I clickbaited him and I baited him into a conversation and then like, sort of put him into like an inquisition situation. But the problem with what he's saying is that I told him everything that I was going to talk about on stream beforehand, and I tagged him on Twitter, and he retweeted it and saw it. You know, today Fate messaged me, and he said, "Oh, you said something about the console war survivor," and I was like, "Oh, Fate. At least Fate reads before he goes on podcast." Like I put in the description, "Oh, Fate's a console war survivor." But it dawned on me why Red is actually angry. I was sitting in bed just, and I was like, why is he so angry about this? Like, when you really think about it, and it dawned on me. One of the main criticisms that I had for Red is that he wasn't watching people's videos. Red is more concerned with the description of the video than the context of the video. And in my description, he feels like I unfairly characterized his position. And that's where it's all he's kind of disregarding the context of the video.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he thinks that I like clickbaited people to watch it, even though yesterday Flames Gamer and somebody else went back and watched the stream and they were like, no, he 100% made it out like it was the fault of the content creators. But even then, yeah, even if Red felt like I was being unfair to him, he could have just told me and I would have said, I'll change it. I'll even take it down. My bad for making you feel like that. But he wanted to go on a warpath. Look, Red, you don't have to sit in chat. You can come up here, right? You're not scared to talk to me, are you? Surely. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't. It's not that. We can squash this down. People can leave you alone, and you can do your thing, and I'll do my thing.
Yeah, no. I would not think it's something where Red's like, whatever, scared or whatever. No, it's not in his character.
I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. It's very bizarre to me. Don't provoke him. I'm not provoking him. I'm inviting him up here to speak. I'll stay quiet. He can tell me what his grievances are. I'll give him 5 minutes, and then I'll speak back.
Also, I want to say this as well because I don't want to. A lot of the times, at least one of my many mistakes is, we really kind of ruined our own legacy. It was very hard for me what happened in 2019, which, by the way, to all you on Test Your Might, the reason why players today from 2020 up until current find it so hard to believe that I didn't pay back $500 is because we know for a fact that I make well over $400,000. I've given thousands of dollars back to the community, over 30,000 documented, receipts shown. And I just gave $1,000 away to charity. So to them, they find it very hard to believe that someone like that wouldn't give back $500. Not that they're brainwashed or whatever. But my mistakes, and like I said, there are many, even in the 2019 situation. The reason why it was viewed as a scam, even though it was not, is because I was dishonest. One, I handled it wrong from the beginning. And then I was dishonest about it. And if people say you only gave the money back because you got caught, in other words, if there was no backlash that Saturday night, would you have come out and said I wasn't there and then a day later given the money back? I don't know. I was in a bad place. I was in a bad place. I was struggling. Why do you think I speak so much about my pitfalls and how people come and follow the FGC dream? When you follow the FGC dream, and even still, when I talked about that, the FGC even was like, what is he talking about? Despite the fact that GM has come out and talked about it, many others have come out and talked about it. It's, and one of the people that came on to challenge me, Mike has seen the DMs, they're struggling in life because they were, they are the example of the FGC dream. And he's a very prominent Mortal Kombat player, one of the most popular Mortal Kombat players currently, and yet fell victim to it, even though he'll come on and oppose it. We make mistakes. I make mistakes. But how you handle things, the problem is with us, when it comes to like the streaming, I have like 2 or 3 years of just not only digging the grave, but digging like through the center of the earth and coming out the other side. Like you just keep, and I would just keep going, and you ruin your legacy. In other words, like to a point where like it makes it very difficult for, like, I know why I can't get brought back. I know why I can never commentate again. I know why my ideas will never even be seen by anyone again. But the reality is how I handled myself played a big role in that. All I can do now, and honestly, when people say, do you regret it? It's one of those weird things, because without that moment in time, I would still be a miserable human being. It took something like that, because as much good as I did for the FGC up until that moment, or up until my just 3-year destruction of myself, I lost it all right like that. And I really think I was in such a bad place. I would still be in the same place. It took like, what am I doing type of moment. And even still, then when I turned everything around, there was still that bitterness toward the MK community. And really to just let it all go was tough, because it's tough to like admit. It was tough for me to admit my role in it. And I think as OGs, when we go scorched earth, we fire up our stream and we go scorched earth, we don't realize that we're doing all the tarnishing, right? A lot of these nobodies, they have no power to tarnish anything. But when we turn our stream on and we talk about these things, we validate those points, right? And we have no one to blame but ourselves. We give life to the nobodies, the people whose opinions would never be heard. In a lot of ways, we feel like we're addressing it, right? Why do you have to address it? Nobody even knows they're being said.
Just to be clear to everyone, I've sent Red a message on Twitter. I said, chill out and jump on. We can squash this in front of everyone. Offer's there, and I sent him the link. And we can squash it. I'm not looking for war. To be honest with you, I don't feel like punching down. But we can talk about this if you want.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, we don't realize the damage we do to our own legacy. And it's so quick to point that we were only addressing what this guy said or that guy said. Like in your case with you and Red, it was a misunderstanding that could have been handled privately. You know what I mean? In other words, I'm sure, Red, I can promise you, if you reached out to Mike and said, hey, man, I kind of feel like you were using me as clickbaiting me there and misrepresenting yada, 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 he would have just said, okay, I didn't want it to come off that way. And he would have removed it or changed it.
Yeah, I'll show you proof, actually, that I didn't even know what he was talking about. Where is it? Oh, did he do? I think he's deleted. Actually, it might be in his replies. I'll show you that I tried to be charitable to him. Unless he's removed it. Yeah, I think. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Found it. Just so you guys are all aware how disingenuous Red is being, he put this on Twitter, right? And he said, after a proper night's rest and some reflection, I'm likely not to not be back on your platform. I appreciate you hosting. I will take the few lessons gleaned from you and forge ahead. I will record my own video and go in further detail. Salute. And he put this up, right? This was my video title and my description. I looked at it, but obviously me not knowing he hasn't explained to me what the problem is. I'm just looking at it like, why have you put that there? I thought that he was annoyed at how many views it got initially. So I was like, so I put here, no problem, bro. Happy to have had the discussion. Can I ask why you won't come back on? I'm just curious. He could have told me there and then. But instead he said, I'll address it in a detailed video. Why? Can you see what I mean when I say that he was he was looking for a fight? He could have just told me on Twitter, and this could have been squashed. But he was looking for a fight. You guys tell me, right? You guys, did I do something wrong here, or did I try to understand?
I think it was just a misunderstanding between people.
Yeah, I mean,
how do you misunderstand that? I've just said that I don't understand why he doesn't want to come back on. I'm curious. He could have just told me. What's the misunderstanding?
So, I think, and it was kind of like that with the beef with you, right? Like you get to a point where the Hulk doesn't know how to calm down. There's no hot Scarlett Johansson holding a fucking hand out for me, going, it's okay, Faye. Just, the sun's going down and blah, blah, blah. Right? There was none of that shit. So sometimes you just, like, you're too up there, to be pulled back down, right? And I mean, shit, it used to happen back in the day. It's happened with many people. Obviously, you've seen it with people as well. And I mean, it'd be good if he comes on. I
don't know why he's saying that I'm appealing to the tribe. I'm literally saying that we can squash this right now. You told me that this man's intelligent. He just sounds irrational. Tom, talk some sense to your boy. I don't understand what we're doing right now. I'm literally
Red just come on and it'll.
This is not an ambush, Red. You can come up here and tell me how you feel, and then we can go our separate ways. There's no need to continue this. You punked me yesterday. You disrespected me yesterday, and then you pretended like you didn't know how to work Discord. I don't believe that shit. So I'm willing to talk. Now, you can flame me on here if you want. I ain't gonna interrupt you. I actually want to hear what you have to say, but we can come up here. There's no need for me to continue this beyond this point. There's no need. I don't really understand. And no, I'm not gonna watch another 11-hour stream from you. Yesterday was a car crash I couldn't look away from, but I'm not sitting up until 6 a.m. again. So if you want to do that, you can have at it. But we can just squash it here.
I mean, ultimately, in my opinion, the worst thing to do is always turn on the stream. What did Tony? People don't realize it. The sports thing. Herm Edwards. Don't hit send. Don't hit send. Write it out on Twitter. Look at it for a second. Don't hit send yet. Really take a second and look at it. I mean, take it from me, man. Like no one could bury their legacy more than I could have. And we
can literally end this now, and he can go back to talking about business, and I'll go back to doing what I'm doing, and I'll never ask him to come back on here again. It's clearly not his kind of platform. He didn't like the line of questioning.
I'm perfectly happy to jump out if he feels like there's too many people here to talk to you.
Really, I really do. I do feel like OGs, like the all-time great OGs, not like somebody was good for 3 years, but these guys who were good for multiple decades, right? Like real OGs. I mean, it's such a disservice, because I really think the reason why the FGC doesn't. You look at everything else, and you look at the FGC and say the FGC was around before all these other scenes. And yet they've come and grown, and we're still at the bottom. And I really think what happens is you have the what does the saying go? The world is left in a better place when someone plants a tree whose shade they will never lay in. It basically means you're making the place better for the next generation. And really, it's tough because the younger players who are coming into the FGC, we should want them to have a better future, which would mean more opportunity, more money for them to be treated better, more opportunities from sponsorships, et cetera, so that it does become more of a profession the way so many other types of games do. This will also make it easier for people to stream and make money, yada, 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 whatever, right? And they can do what they love. The problem is when you're an all-time great OG, you need to transition yourself to being an ambassador. Like, hey, wouldn't this guy be great to put behind a desk where he can talk about the game, educate people, the people who are watching about, because an OG who is well-spoken or whatever can educate an audience far more than a random commentator who's just shouting to give hype, right? People don't get excited because the noise goes up. They go up, get excited because of the storylines. The thing is this: games are not games. Players make the games. Games don't make themselves when it comes to this, right? In other words, why is it when there's a local tournament with nobody or a mid-major and no players, no rock star players are there, why does nobody watch it? It's still the game. The players make it. Why in movies do they bring in A-list actors as opposed to some C-list who could be very good, but he works at 7-Eleven part-time and nobody knows who they are, right? Because the actors a lot of times sell the movie. There are plenty of good actors that just don't have the name that Hollywood would want to put behind a blockbuster, right? Yeah. So fighting games are the same thing. When your superstars are there, people watch. But sometimes you have to create superstars. When the old superstars transition out, it's up to them to create new ones, right? Tell their stories. Make the audience know who they are, how they play. Build that anticipation for X, Y, or Z. Instead, what we do is we become very self-serving. It's not our time anymore. We see the attention go to these players, and we use our platform to argue with trolls and things that are frivolous as opposed to educating people about the game. And people can say, hey, bring this guy in as an ambassador to consult on the next game or to commentate this pro league and then as this happens, more and more OGs become in that position. They occupy positions of commentary instead of, I'm just going to say it. The FGC has some of the worst commentators known to man. One of the main reasons why I love C4 is he is a great commentator, not only in that he knows what he's talking about, but he knows how to sell players, which is the most important thing. He understands that. I am going to sell the players to the audience. OGs, we don't take those ambassador positions. We do what's going on right now. Start our stream up, blah, 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 blah. This is a 2-second squash. Come on. Hey, man.
Tom, do you know what I don't understand about this?
Didn't appreciate that.
He sat on stream for 11 hours yesterday, basically denigrating me, being disrespectful. We've been on here for 1 hour. 1 hour, and he's already crashed out. Like, I don't understand why he is this emotional.
Is there a reason why we're not going to have this conversation?
Red doesn't, he seems like I don't know if maybe he can't construct what he wants to say properly. I like I said, he sat on stream for 11 hours yesterday, denigrating me, saying things. People were sending things to me that he was saying. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I went to his stream as well. And I said to him, let's get on Discord and talk this out now. Sure, he pretended like he didn't know how to use Discord. Then he said, get Shinblade. So I was like, okay, cool. I went to Shinblade's stream. He didn't want to go over there. Then he said, go live. I was like, I'm not going live now, but I'm live now. And I was willing to talk to him. But it seems like he wants to do everything but talk. He wants to do every other thing. He can sit on stream for 11 hours and say silly things about me. And then he won't come on here. We've already been on here for an hour. We've only been here for an hour. He can come on here. We can settle this now. Everyone can keep it moving. But he wants to continue the fight.
I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. So
what the ultimate problem is that I guess he thought you clip farmed him.
What, the video that Finn T made?
Yeah.
Yeah, Finn T made a funny video. So.
Oh, that's the problem. The video that Finn T made. That's
I think he doesn't like the video that Finn made.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Well, what does that have to do with you?
I guess because I played it. I guess because it's on my stream and I played it, he doesn't like it. But I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, he sat there. He's been super disrespectful to basically all parties involved. In his mind, he thinks he hasn't been disrespectful. Everybody else thinks he's been disrespectful. So there's obviously been some miscommunication here. There's been some miscommunication here. But on his end, he doesn't think he's been disrespectful at all. Even though I've told him, you have been disrespectful to me. I've taken what you've done as disrespect. He doesn't want to accept that. Now, if he came up here and he said to me, you playing that video on this stream that Finn sent you, Mike, that's disrespect. I'd say, okay, fair enough. But he sits there and he goes, I can own my mistakes and I can own this and I can own that.
Mm-hmm.
But he won't own the fact that he did an 11-hour stream yesterday and did everything but want to squash the situation. He just made everything worse. But for some reason, he doesn't believe he's been disrespectful at all. He only thinks I've been disrespectful. And I think that's the problem here. I can admit, after he did what he did, yeah, I got disrespectful as well. But he doesn't think he's been disrespectful to me at all. And I find that a little bit weird. I mean, Fate, you saw some of the things he was saying.
Yeah, just like you can't threaten to beat people up. Like you just, that's fucking, even back in the early 2000s, or sorry, late 2000s, early 2010s, people trying to get all tough guy on the internet it's like, come on, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's so silly.
It sounds like a misunderstanding.
Yeah, but he can come up. I've sent him the link. He can literally come up here now. And he said that he doesn't know how to use Discord. I said to him, you know how to use AI? Just type it into Google AI. It will tell you how to download Discord and we can talk. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to then sit for another 3 hours, dragging the situation out. Any of us can use Google here, right? Even Red can use Google. All he had to do was use Google AI. He's got the link to join the call right now. He's got the link. I sent it to him in his DMs. Tom, talk some sense into your boy. He's going to get his whole channel deleted behaving the way he is.
Yeah, let's just come on here and end it. It was a misunderstanding.
Red, you can come up here. I'll let you talk. I won't say anything. You can talk. You can tell me what you think of me and where I've gone wrong, and then I'll tell you what I think of you, and then we can keep it moving. I feel like I'm being fair. I feel like I was way more difficult with you.
I mean, let me give you an example. Myself and Mike are good friends, but there was a situation where I was a little in my feelings over the MKX commentary situation. And Mike put out a video and he's like, I disagree. I don't think, this is the case, yada, 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 yada. And it was not like disrespectful or, it's not. And I can have these private talks with Mike and we don't have to keep things public. When there's always going to be misunderstanding when you're having a conversation through a chat.
Yeah, I think this is like we were pretty nasty. This was like, it was a terrible divorce. It was awful.
Yeah, Fate, you know what? Red actually watched I think he watched your videos. He praised them and said they were pretty good. I think he said the thumbnails were pretty good. So I don't think I think you did a video on DOA 6 last round being a cash grab.
Okay.
Red saw your video and I think he cited you. He said you're the guy that he would watch. So I assume he ain't got a problem with you.
Can you make me big screen just for a sec? It's now my house now. Do you want to come on? Right.
But Fate, hold on, Fate. My situation with you was way more vitriolic than anything that has been said between me and Red. I mean, between me and Red now, this is like kiddie shit. The fact that he's gotten this emotional over this kiddie shit is insane to me. If Red saw the back and forth that me and you had for, what was it, like a year and a half? He would have had a heart attack.
Longer than that, yeah.
Probably longer than that, about 2 years. This is over a bloody video description that he didn't want to talk to me about. That is it. And again, this is an OG. I do not expect this level of getting emotional over something like that. This is mad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like it's like I remember like somebody, like I think you know them as well. Like they came to you and like, Mike wants to talk to you, and I'm just like, fuck that guy, man. You know what? It's gonna be the same shit. I'm gonna go on there, right? He's gonna box me in with something. He's gonna fucking, like. And then that's when I watched the stream because I couldn't make it, but I was like, because I can't remember what it was, but I couldn't get on there and dedicate the time. But I was watching what you were saying, and I'm like, okay, well, he's saying things publicly, right? So you can't take that back. I mean, he's got all these people watching. You know, maybe this is something's turned the corner here. You know, and that's when we then set it up again. And the makeup stream is on my channel, Red. You can see it. Like, we literally sat there and just talked. But yeah, we were going crazy at each other. It was like we got signed up for, like, you know, some like WWE beef. You know, we hated each other, but I couldn't figure out. That's the hardest part. I couldn't figure out why the beef was happening, right? And I think by the time it got to the point where it was like, look, this is ridiculous. Like, we that was completely out of the window, because I remember reacting to things. This is why I said it earlier. I remember going back and thinking about things that you'd said, and I'm like, hang on, that doesn't feel right. That sounds a bit shit. That sounds underhanded. So then I crack off, then you crack off, and and it was just like a tennis match over this time. Yeah, no, this is kindergarten in comparison to that. But I can promise you, Red, like, this was a necessary beef, you know, because it wasn't just the fact of, like, me and Mike, you know, because we're so handsome, like, right, going at each other. It's because we had two communities also that liked us both, right? And I don't know on your side, dude, but a lot of people on my side, it's like, oh, I don't like this beef, because I kind of like both of you. So I kind of feel like, you know, guys that were more sort of favorable to me kind of felt like, you know, were they cheating on me? Because they're watching your stuff, you know, they're like, well, yeah, but I don't mind, Mike, you know. And so it wasn't just between two men. It was the communities, right? But I'm seeing a lot here. And this is a self-report. So Mike was roughly my size when we started beefing, and then this dude, he bought all the subs and views. You know, I'm just kidding, right? But at the time, right, I'm seeing a man just like blow past me. You know what I mean, right? And I'm like, this what the fuck happened, dude? Like, I was happy with my thing. Then it started getting in my head, right? Like, you know, and as the size gets bigger, the audience gets bigger. And I'm seeing some of his comments about, he's talked about the views and the subs and how big you are. And it gets at some point, it usually gets in somebody's head. And they feel like they're not just battling you, they're battling you and, you know, your entire audience and influence. Does that make sense? Right? And so that can just feel monumental. It really can, you know. Yeah. And it's just ridiculous. Like, you know, I was wrong, right? But at the time, you know what it's like. Everyone thinks they're on the right side of history when they're going through shit, but I was wrong, you know.
Yeah, we both did things. But my thing with Red is that he said something yesterday, and I thought it was a little bit silly, because I got into a little beef with Hypnotic, right? Me and Hypnotic are cool now. We get along. I still chat to him in DMs every now and then. But at the time, there was a disagreement. And I went onto Hypnotic's platform. At the time when I had like about 10K subs, he was touching 100K.
Yeah.
And there was about 1,000 people in his chat, and nobody wants to see my face. I was getting fucking destroyed. But I looked at his chat and I was like, well, obviously they're going to be like that. Like, it didn't bother me. It didn't distract me from the conversation with Hypnotic. We didn't really see eye to eye by the end of it. But because I didn't act like a victim and we got on with the conversation, me and Hypnotic are blessed now. Whenever I go to his chat, they're always nice to me. Yeah. I feel like, you know, Red reads chat a lot. Well, actually, no, he doesn't. That's one of the main problems of yesterday's stream. But he reads my chat a lot, and he gets too caught up with people saying silly things on the internet. And anyone's chat that you go to, they're gonna do that. Like, that happens. Red's not done himself any favors here. And I thought having Tom Brady here, I thought that would have made him feel a little bit more comfortable coming up here and talking about this, considering I've pretty much squashed even Tope. Tope hated my fucking guts. He hated me. I am pretty sure if Tope had the opportunity at the time, he would have taken me out. But I even got on with Tope, even though I don't see eye to eye with him on anything. even him. So for Red to get upset about this is so minor in comparison to all the beefs I've had with people.
Yeah.
There's a level of immaturity here. I don't think he's acknowledging.
Yeah. So back in the day when this is like a political thing, but back in the day when all the BLM stuff was happening and, you know, the George Floyd and whatnot, I remember, I think I'd made a comment or a video talking about like the organization of BLM was, I could see through it. I could see that it was a fraud front. They were going to siphon millions of money from people, like millions of dollars from people, and not actually give it to the communities that they claim to care about.
Mm-hmm.
Lo and behold, as a conspiracy, it usually takes about 6 months for it to actually end up being true. And it was true, right? But at the time, there was a few, African-American people that I knew back in the day from the PS3 days, who were very curious about this white boy's opinion. And I got asked to go into their stream, and there was like 4 or 5 of them, dude. I mean, I was like, it was going to be a massacre. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I'll do it, right? Because I was sure of my opinion, right? And so I went in there, and I'm reading the chat, and it's like you know, I remember saying something about it, and one of the his name's Black Blonde. He's a really cool guy, and he's like, don't listen, ignore him, just fucking ignore the chat. You know, you're just talking to us. Don't worry about him. Do that. I always remember that. I always remember that because
if only I could take that advice.
Yeah, because your army is going to back you. Right. If I went over and I said something about, if I started to rekindle the beef with Mike, right, my side would be like, oh yeah, fuck that guy, you know, like, because they're fans of mine. Like, they're not gonna, you know, they're gonna have that loyalty. Same with Mike. He'd have his loyalty, right? You know, it's unfortunately that parasocial thing that people get with, like, the internet, right? They kind of, you know, get attached to people even if they don't realize it, you know. And it's, you gotta ignore it. Like, Mike is not his community. I'm not my community, right? And we're not responsible for that, short of you actually trying to incite them to go do something bad, you know. You know, so Red's just got to ignore it. He's got to ignore the size of you. He's got to ignore the comments. And just deal with the man. Just deal with the man.
See, I don't understand this whole, like, maybe I look at this differently to you guys, where it's like, don't feed the trolls. I'm on Twitter all the time. I think it's like good to have back and forth with people because you get used to it. You get used to this is part of the internet. Like, I think I've done a pretty good job of like telling my chat, if I say something dumb, just rip me for it. Or if I go to somebody else's chat, I'll talk to the chat. I might not always say favorable things to them, but I'll engage with them. This whole, like, not being able to take criticism from somebody else's chat, like, it screams like first day on earth kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that hard to not get offended by what someone says. You can read it and be like, that's a stupid comment. I'm going to tell you why this is a dumb comment. But to behave the way Red has, where he's putting people on a list, I don't know what the list is for. Like, kind of concerning that he's doing that. But
do you remember when Pig of the Hut was like, I'm gonna fucking put these people on a list.
Oh yeah.
He's like, what is this, fucking Schindler or something? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, come on, man. Like, nobody gives a shit. Like, you know.
That was silly. That was really dumb.
I don't know, man. It's just so.
Tom, is there any way you can talk some sense into your boy? I know he respects you.
I don't have his thing. I know this is a misunderstanding, and like I said, Red is in the gaming world physically stature wise a giant. Like, I'm 6'2", and Red is, I think, like 6'4". You know, so Red is towers over pretty much almost everyone in the FGC. So and he's never been like, you know, whatever. Like, you can shit talk him in the game. You can be next to him playing him, talking shit, and he's not like, say that in my face. Never been that way.
So why is he behaving like this?
So for me to see this, something severely offended him because this is not how he is.
I actually, can I add this? I'll add
So
this too, Mike.
I just know
Oh,
he
so-
is
no,
very
sorry.
offended. Very offended.
I know when you and I were beefing, Mike, that, and this is ego and pride, no doubt, that all of us here and everyone watching, you all know who you are as a person, right? You know that, if you're a good person and blah, 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 and people like you and stuff like that. And then you get somebody that doesn't know you, make it feel like they're misrepresenting you. And I know I felt that with you, right? It's like, well, it's, things can come across as like, well, he's obviously this way. And then the knock-on effect of channel size and views and impact and influence. And it's like, it just becomes this massive snowball effect where you feel like you're just struggling to breathe sometimes, And I kind of wonder, if that's the thing, like he, as Tom, him best of everyone, that he seems like, in your opinion, just a chill, relaxed, well-spoken fellow. But I think sometimes if it feels like somebody's misrepresenting your character, even if it's unintentional, a lot of people get very defensive. Like if I misrepresent, and I'm sure I did, I'm sure I misrepresented your character. I'm 100% sure I would have, right? And you're sitting there going, I'm not like that. I'm not fucking like this at all. What the hell's he, this is ridiculous, right? And it's annoying. But this is why you got to talk, because then you work it out, So, I mean, like I said, I've told you stuff, privately to Mike. And when I make peace with people, that's the end of it. There's no going back. Like, I don't flip on people, it's just like ride or die to the end because I've already sorted it out. I have no reason to, that's an old school. I'm just an old school loyal type of person. It's like, once it's done, and if something comes up or I've upset you or vice versa, we just talk and that's it. It's how it should be,
This is why I'm confused about like even the test your might stuff. I went on to test your might and they were just flaming Tom and I was like, what the fuck? I thought that all of that stuff was squashed.
I mean, that's just how they are.
Is there, but you know what? To be honest, Tom, I was kind of happy with how you dealt with it because there was one guy in there, and I think he was purposefully trying to get a reaction out of you.
No, I think we people don't realize this is how people there genuinely feel. Just to answer the TYM stuff very quickly while we're waiting, see what Red's going to do. Bring the Ed Boon thing tweet up.
Ed Boon, the one that you sent to me.
Yeah. So during MK9, I was double-digit major top eights. The story that I did almost nothing in MK9, a couple of things as a tester, that's a complete lie. One of a few people that have double-digit top eights. Now, me missing an Evo top eight this is Ed Boon. He took a poll years after the game was done. Now, during the era, despite the fact that I have more top eights outside of maybe than like 3 or 4 people, this is at majors, not locals or regionals. No Evo, and me being the commentator for MLG, which I would gladly do over and over again because I felt I helped the game a lot more than as a player. Now, what you would have to do is you'd have to remove Dizzy from the top 10. He just didn't have that many top eights. He just have an Evo top 8, but I don't think any at MLG. I don't know. But you'd have to probably put Crazy Dominican in there and Detroit in there.
So why are you guys separated? I don't understand because there's more than 10 people here.
Well, he just said these are the people that people name. You wouldn't put great. So really, you would put like right after like number 10, then there'd be people like myself and maybe MIT or whatever. Just outside. Because no Evo or no MLG, I'd put me somewhere in that 11 to like 14 range. I think that's where most would put me in back in the day. Again, I have you can argue it in the top 10 without the Evo or MLG. It's just, there are people that have that, like, it's a Tyrant, whatever. So in MK9, so what they do is on Test Your Might, they wrap the lie they tell in the kernel of truth. So they'll say, like, the reason why I found out about that thread on Test Your Might was because someone told me, hey, they're discussing you and Mike's podcast. Now, I thought it was the one we just did about the characters. I wanted to see people's thoughts on it. When I went there, it was about the one we did about the overall game system. And the very first post was like, hey, here's the whatever. The very next post was F him. After that, F that guy, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, they shaped the narrative of, one, F that guy. So it shows people, okay, clearly there's something wrong here. No one likes him. Two, it's then he's only looking for attention. And then three, why is he even talking? He doesn't know anything. He doesn't understand fighting games. He wasn't even that good of a player. And then finally, there's the truth, the kernel of truth. Oh, and he took donations and didn't go to a tournament, stole from his fans. I didn't steal from them.
Yeah.
I did technically take donations and didn't go. And then what's the first thing anyone harps on? Is that true, Tom? Did you take donations? Which, of course, when I say yes, it makes everything true, right? Oh, he's just out for attention. Now, keep in mind, they framed me, someone who this calendar year has not made any videos outside of the 2 1-minute videos to advertise the stream we were doing. So I'm not on YouTube anymore. I don't stream anymore. Not at all this year. I'm done with it. And I'm not even on Twitter because my account got hacked. So I have no online presence. I am invisible, yet it is being framed as he wants attention. So they tell their lie and they wrap it in that one part of the truth.
Mm.
The reality is, yes, obviously I was a top player in 9. And in Justice, they make it seem like, oh, he only had a couple of top 8s as a tester. Yet, well over a year into the game, after I got done doing Killer Instinct, I came back and still placed top 8 over Jupiter, over Forever King, over many of these guys who were top at a major. I think Sonic eliminated me. This is well over a year later. So this notion, whatever, because of tester, first they slaughtered me as a player, which they completely lied about. And then when it came to, my tirades on stream, yeah, I went a little nuts on stream. Of course, I was in a bad place, handled the trolling bad. And we already know what happened with the donations. Yes, I took donations. When I was in New Jersey, I decided I didn't want to go to the tournament. Rather than just saying that, I was worried about the backlash, and I took donations, and all of a sudden, no, I don't want to go. Would I have given them back? I don't know. I was in a bad place at that time. I don't know that I would have if it didn't blow up. And I'm just being honest. And, and instead of telling people, hey, I don't want to go, here's your money back. I was there to go. I did register for the tournament. I did show, but I'm just hanging out with friends. I didn't want to go. I don't like MK11 anyway. I just handled the whole thing wrong. And then when I came back, I was very deceitful. I was actually there. And why they wanted an Uber receipt for Thanksgiving, I don't even remember why. Because I had my bus ticket and I had legitimate Uber receipts for that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I didn't have one for that Thursday. Don't know why I made that mistake and forged that Uber receipt. I have to own it. It was never a scam. I never intended to. I mean, I honestly, I intended to go. I went there. I intended to go. And I decided what happened was I wanted to go on the Saturday. I wanted Jimmy to come pick me up on Saturday, take me and come back on Saturday. When I called him on Friday night, I'm hanging out with friends. He tells me he's on the way because he doesn't have to work because it's the Thanksgiving holiday. I didn't want to go be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I decided I wasn't going to go. So my intention was never to scam or not go or not stay home. Mm-hmm. Instead of being straight up and honest, I just, didn't show up. I never lied and said I was there. I said I didn't. Would I have given it back if it didn't blow up? I would like to say yes, but truthfully, I was in a bad place. I don't know, but the intention was never to scam. I made mistakes. There was no scam. People got their money back. The only reason why it's seen as a scam is because I was very, very deceitful and just couldn't come out with the truth. I just didn't feel like going. What did I do with the money? I gave it back. Again, here's a guy who just heard I gave it back 300 times, and he asked me what I did with it. So to your point, Mike, you're right. No matter how many times you say it, they'll always say, "What did you do with it?"
What's that saying that people say? It's like, you're not your worst mistake, right?
Yeah.
So like you went through this stuff, and a lot of us have gone through shit, and it was bad, but that's the path of redemption.
The problem is the Mortal Kombat community has dubbed me I get no redemption. So, and Mike will tell you this, the last 7 years, they pretend like they haven't happened.
Yeah.
That's kind of the issue. When you make a mistake like I made, how you respond by it matters, and I was truly sorry about it, turned my life around. And a lot of these people, Mike knows that I've even given money to, I don't even talk about. I don't do it for gratitude. I don't do it to be known about.
Oh, sorry, Tom, not to cut you up, but your boys come back to the chat. Can you just take a quick detour and speak some sense into this?
Yeah, Red, just come on here, man. It was a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I could see why he was offended when he saw that video. Totally see it. He was definitely offended by it. And he felt like he was kind of brought on here to be clip farmed, which made him very angry.
What, on the podcast?
Yeah, maybe.
The thing is, I told Red I don't do clips. Finn is the one that created the clips, and it was a funny compilation, and that's it. Like, if people have made clips, you guys have seen the clips of me. Urban Boy has made out like I'm gay 100 times. It's not a big deal, Red. Like, you're getting in your feelings over nothing. How many times have I been put on Twitter and someone's edited me to make me look gay? Like, you need to grow a backbone, bro. I'm sorry. You really do need to grow a backbone. Sorry, Tom. I didn't mean to cut you up.
No worries. Again, keep in mind, you even heard the threads. Oh, by the way, let me just say this also. I hated, and I handled this is part of the trolling. The whole who is the better Sub-Zero and MKX. And Buffalo, who is a good friend of mine, excellent Sub-Zero. The whole Sub-Zero thing was, I was a huge dick to him, even though he was a big fan and a good friend, and just as good, if not better. And the thing about the 3 Sub-Zeros and MKX, we're all the same level. I would say Madsen did not deal with Sub-Zeros. He was a convenient Sub-Zero player. Played Sub-Zero until it got hard, then he would switch, which still makes him a great overall player, but I don't think it puts him ahead of people that overcome those situations with Sub-Zero. Be that as it may, there was a big tournament in which I had gotten into a car accident before the tournament. I was struggling to walk. I was on pain meds. Foxy, the people in my stream, the MK community, said, well, the other 2 Sub-Zeros are there. Why don't you show up and see who outplaces here? We'll put an end to it. And my supporters really wanted me to go. So because I had been such a dick for most of MKX to my supporters, who would still show up every day and made me the #1 watch stream for those 2 years. I was the #1 watched MKX streamer. I said, I'm going to go. And Foxy, despite our spats online, the guy carried me around on his back. So, I mean, I don't know too many people that would do that. Carried me around on his back. We did a tournament. And myself and Buffalo tied, and Madsen, I think, placed a few places behind us. So, now, of course, people were like, oh, poor Madsen, the bracket was unfair. But we already know, had I lost, nobody would have cried about the fucking bracket. Excuse my language. But we all placed right in the same area. Myself and Buffalo tied, Madsen a few. So it just proved that all 3 of us are around the same. There is no better. Some days one will play better than the other. That's just how it is when people are good players. Some days you'll play better. Some days I'll play better. Some days he'll play better, right? But they were all skilled players. All 3 of us were all around the same level, just with different player strengths. Mine obviously was around using the clone. That's just kind of always been my thing. Yeah. I think Madsen and Buffalo were much better against people who found ways to remove it from the field to play and made it difficult for me, as there's just more naturally far better, just overall aggressive players. But these are the lies the MK community tells. He was, terrible this, terrible that. This is the TYM nonsense, and they wrap it in that kernel. Now, again, the whole reason why I was seen as a scam was because of how I conducted myself. I was dishonest. I didn't come out with the truth right away. Then I tried to double down on my lies, and then I covered everything up. So it's all my fault. I can blame nobody but myself. That moment really changed my life because it was kind of like, what am I doing here? I've got 2 kids,
Come, baby. Come.
and I'm here asking for donations. Like, this whole thing blew up over $500 in donations. I'm like, where are you going in life? And it really turned me around. And it's such a pivotal moment. I would not be where I am right now had that not happened to me.
Yeah, we all go through things. I think that changed. You came out for the better, though.
But on Test Your Might, they ignore the last 7 years. They'll say to me, what about people's wallets that you made later? Brother, the MK community, they made my wallet $34,000 later. What are you talking about? You're talking about $500 to somebody who's given back 34 grand to try to help the community? What are you talking about? And it's like, well, I didn't know. Last I knew, you took 500. I didn't know anything happened. They ignored the last 7 years, right? Now I get it. When I made my YouTube videos, I was still kind of being a dick because I was kind of rubbing their face in MK's kind of shortcomings. That's my fault also. But over the last, especially year and a half, I don't have any of that bitterness anymore. And the last 7 years have been like a real turnaround, I'd like to think. But they don't know about it. They don't want to know about it. So they're going to keep telling their version of it on Test Your Might. They're always going to do it.
GTJD. I can't go to Red stream because Red doesn't know how to have people on call.
Is he on stream right now?
He's going to boot up stream, but I went to his stream yesterday to try and talk to him, and he didn't know how to add me to Discord.
I mean, overall, this is obviously just a misunderstanding. It's so easy to fix.
It's so, bro. He's just making it worse. C4, sorry, I know you've just come in. Let me just read out these super chats before they pile up.
By the way, Mike, this is Alexa's fault. She wanted to see the dog, one of 2. So
what's his name?
Shout out. Hang on, let me grab the other one. Hang on. This is Lily and Joni. Come here, baby. We've got like 5 animals in this house, so there's a lot, right? So yeah, the little baby,
cute dog.
Somebody's gonna clip that.
Let me just quickly read these out, and then I do have some questions. Sneakman, thank you for the $5. How much do I need to donate to get Tom to put out guides for every character in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance? That is great content, and I actually asked Tom to do this himself.
To get me to do full character guides for Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance? I mean, I don't do it because who would play it? No, there's no way to play the game. This is why I was so upset with Legacy Collection. Because
Tom, I've got an idea.
Yeah.
Why don't we? I know you don't like uploading on your channel or streaming anymore. Why don't you share your screen on here, and we can do guides, and then all you got to do is clip it from here and upload it to your channel.
That's a good idea.
We can do live guides.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, it's my favorite Mortal Kombat. It really is gold. I mean, if they ever re-released the 3D games, it really is gold. I mean, and it's unfortunate to see what happened in Legacy Collection. Like, that's
sad state of affairs.
Man.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $5. Immediately unsubbed Red. Man borderline threatened someone close to me. F that poor excuse for a human being. Yeah, the threats are ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. So
DA is more competitive by a mile. Deception and Armageddon are more like fun party games.
Yeah, they got better content.
Yeah, better content for them.
Mr. Strider, thank you for the $5. Tom should make history MK videos with his Yoda voice wearing a Sub-Zero costume. That would be very sick.
Yeah, I do think I could do a lot of good for the game if they let me, but I understand why they will never let me.
The Quarry Jack, thank you for the $5. Red Logic, Tekken 8 is dog shit and I hate it. Please pay for my members only video on how to play it better. Do you know what? Like my idea. There was a YouTuber that I discovered today. He's called Wireman FGC. I discovered him through Chad the Third, and he did the single greatest speculation video on who the Bakunawa killer is in Virtua Fighter. And I asked him, because he's only got 1,000 subscribers and the video didn't have many views, can you come on here and recreate that video? It's the best video I've seen all year. It is such a sick video because he goes into all types of different Chinese martial arts. I think he speaks Mandarin. He was breaking down the way the Bakunawa killer was doing like Tiger Claw, but he was saying that he was doing Tiger Swallow instead. And I was like, man, this guy knows everything about the films that I grew up watching. So I messaged him. I said, I really want you to come on because like you've got a Virtua Fighter channel that nobody knows about. You should come on here. I had the same thinking with Red. When I saw Red saying that he ain't got no members and that he wants people to subscribe to him and that, I was like, I'll platform him. I mean, it'll be a debate. I'm going to challenge you, but I'll platform you. And I even sent him the link to the stream so that I was like, your name will appear next to mine so that when people click on it, you can get subscribers from it. Even though I don't agree with most of the things that Red says, I still thought he could contribute in a meaningful way. But I think Red's problem is he doesn't like criticism. I don't think he likes criticism. I don't think he likes the way I criticized him. I think he thinks that I kept on going back to the same question. But the reason I kept going back to the same question is because I wasn't getting an answer. But again, it didn't have to turn into this. I wanted to platform Red and I wanted to have him here. And I was even going to say to him, oh, why don't you come and get involved with Virtua Fighter because we're doing stuff on it and whatnot. You can have a field day, Red. I can promise you after yesterday's live stream, I will not be watching. But you can go ham, or you can just come here now and we can squash this. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. Stop giving credit to people for speaking well. It means nothing if you have nothing going on in your head.
Well, I mean, he's also a very intelligent fighting game player. So when he speaks, it's it's not normally nonsense. It's he's a very intelligent fighting game player.
Street Sharks, thank you for the $2. Hey, Mike, you see for Tom and Chad still having that barbecue. Were we having a barbecue?
That's going to be extremely hard to organize.
Yeah.
Location-wise, that sounds like a nightmare, but I'm down for it.
That means me and C4 and Tom got to go to Taiwan.
Taiwan?
Yeah, Chad's going to be in Taiwan. He ain't going to come back here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. I don't know
if you lot were like, let's go to Chad's for a barbecue in Taiwan, I would book that flight. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah. We wouldn't talk to each other, but it'll be fun.
You would be fine. We'll have IRL debate. Fun. What did he say? Hold on. Funny, yet you decided to talk your shit about me at the top of the broadcast. Yeah, you talked shit about me yesterday, Red. It's all fair in war. You spoke shit about me yesterday. I spoke shit about you today. You did it for 11 hours. I did it for 40 minutes. Okay? Like you need to fix up, bro. Like this is not a good look. It's not that deep, man. You're getting your knickers in a twist over nothing. You can come up here, we can squash it, and we can all move on. We can all move on. Lexi, thank you for the $20. To hell with Mike. Hi Fate. Hi Tom. Hi C4. C4 won't even hear it when you send that in.
That's some mad disrespect with the dollar too. Hey, you going C4? How's my C4? So I remember C4. He is the balm between me and Mike when we were beefing. This man, he wanted that. He's like, nah, we got to sort this out. This dude, went in hard. Yeah. He
voice noted me, and it's the first time I actually heard him basically plead and say, please squash it. Please squash it. And I was like, nah, I'm not squashing it. It's like he's only done that twice, and I don't think the first time wasn't really squashing. It was like he just wants to open a conversation between me and what's his name again? Is it Kensai?
Yeah, Kensu, yeah.
Kensu, yeah. But no, he went to bat for you. I was being very stubborn.
Bro, I'm telling you, people know me for the Tekken rage bait. My origin story was trying to make peace. That was my origin story. I'm here about peace. I got turned into an angry person.
Tekken community got to him.
They did.
Joel, thank you for the $10. His live stream was officially his highest viewed video ever. He's trying to capitalize on that. That's the problem. He keeps trying to promote this situation to his channel instead of squashing it. Well, look, Red, if this is about views, I can promise you, I can put things behind me. If you have something to like offer a conversation, like if we're talking about a video game, or if you take a particular interest in the business side of a particular game and you want to come on the stream, I would still allow you on. I can put that aside. I'll put my Vince McMahon cap on and do what's best for the stream and what people want to see. You're the one that's being a bit silly about this, in my opinion. I think this can be squashed quite easily. I promise you, Red, I will not be watching whatever you decide to do on your stream. If you want to do it, you can, but you can just come up here. We can keep it moving, and this will become a distant memory. You'll come back to the stream. Listen, if me and Fate can get on the same side after the way our communities went at each other, Red, because I know you think that my community is going in on you right now. You have no idea what Fate got put through. No idea for 1 year. And Fate, look, we're cool. We're friends. Everything's blessed. It's not that deep, Red. It's really not that deep. It doesn't have to be this way. OJ, thank you for the $2. You know what happens when you piss off Red? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. Oh, shit. Fucking hell.
Damn.
Therion, thank you so much for the $100, man. I really appreciate that. Holy shit. 100% spot on. And yes, making peace and squashing it is honestly the best thing, and would love to see that done at some point, to be completely honest. On a side note, Mike, Fate, and Tom Brady, how are you guys doing?
Well, always good, man. Always good.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for the donation, man. That's amazing. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, so that's very kind of you. I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. I'm just trying to get Red to see the light, but he's in his feelings right now.
Doing the thing.
Oh, sorry, C4. No, you're right. I'm sorry, Red. Listen, I can admit I can be condescending as well.
It's your platform. Do it.
No.
You are doing it.
No, it's fine. You can call me out when I'm being a dickhead.
This is how happy I am that me and Mike are like the chocolate biscuit and yogurt again, right? It's beautiful, so right? It's because I found out that you're a Ghost Rider fan, and every time I saw that fucking flaming ball get anywhere, I'd be like, man, I can't like that shit no more. This is a gay dog, right? Like, what am I gonna do? He's like one of my favorite characters, right? But I was gonna ask, like, that's gonna be like the first fucking player I use in Tokon. Like, that's the first player I'm going to, man. And then Blade.
We can do mirrors. I was gonna use Blade as well.
Yeah. And Deadpool. I think Deadpool's cool. I can't wait, dude. I think that game will be fun. Like, I'm not gonna be like, expert at it, but it just looks good. It looks like a good game. Yeah, but I have a question. I do have a question. How does it work? Because it's not a tag game, is it? Like traditional tag, is it?
C4 is the best person to describe that. But once again, Ethereum, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I really appreciate it.
It is a tag game, but you never have to tag if you don't want to, and you can still be. Okay. You can still. I mean, there will be a disadvantage in terms of matchups, but if you're playing a mirror with Mike, there won't be an advantage for you tagging, for example.
Okay.
If you like Ghost Rider and he loses to, like, I don't know, Doom or something, then you're gonna want to tag for the matchup. But there's no, if you don't tag, you're playing like half the game or something like that. There's no need to tag. But
they're not. So your additional, it's because it's additional 3 characters you can choose, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they're not acting like the cameos, are they? Like where you've got your main character and then they're kind of like support. Is that how it works? Because
you can do it like that. You don't have to, but you can. You could just pick your favorite character and go, all these other characters in this roster are shit, but I need Ghost Rider to have an anti-air. I need the DP assist. So DP assist. Yeah, you can play it like that, or you can play it where you're like, I want to play all these characters and I just want to go one character into the other, then tag into the other, like, and just do like a flowchart if you want. There's probably not going to be a correct way to play. There's just going to be play styles. So you can play it like MK1 if you want, or you can play it like MDCI or something.
Don't bring up that game.
My bad.
I think I'm gonna play it like I've got 2 characters and 2 assists. Because I think learning 4 characters, maybe I will learn 4 characters, but learning 4 characters sounds super daunting. But I like the idea of like Tekken Tag, but with 2 assists. That sounds very appealing to me. I was looking at you, I was watching your videos with Magneto, and I was like, that projectile looks like a fucking nightmare. But then Doom was just blocking everything. Like, they couldn't get past him apart from Wolverine. Like, for some reason, it went through.
I don't know. I was thinking about not uploading it because I found out that the devs are watching mine and Chrome's content, and I didn't want to change it.
What?
But I decided that I'm not going CEO, so I didn't need to save the tech. So I said, how about it? Yeah.
Nice.
Release the Kraken. Now they know.
I can't wait to see what you cook up on that game.
I know Invincible Versus is on sale right now. Do you guys recommend picking it up?
How much?
Well, I can.
Depends on the sale.
Hang on. Let me add on the Australian cost. So to get the deluxe edition, it's like $82.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, I like the game. I like the game, but I won't be a shill. It's not worth that much. If the base game is like $20, go ham.
Yeah, we're not setting that price for a while.
Yeah.
Nah.
I feel like it's when I played Tokon, by the time I only played Invincible for one day, and I was like, I don't want to play anymore. Like, I felt burnt out. I played Tokon, I was like, I want to play that again. When the beta ended, I was like, that was really cool. Like, I feel like I want to turn it back on. I think a game has to capture your attention at least in the first like 5 hours. And if you're playing it after 5 hours of fighting game, and you're like, this isn't fun. Not that it's hard, that it's not fun. Then I'm like, I don't want to play it. Don't want to waste my time. There's too many fighting games to choose from.
Right? If the time zones work out, not the first week, the week after the game comes out, I booked a week off of work. So I'm going to stream the game every day. And something that Emery said about getting new players into the game, for the first like 3 days, I'm just going to commentate players that are new to the game. Something Tom said about me trying to promote the players, not the mechanics and stuff. I want to do that. So if you want to jump in, it'll be kind of like half commentating, half critiquing. So you can like work on that if you want to. If you just want to have fun, I'll tell you what to do to have fun as well. But yeah, so the week after the game comes out, Monday to Wednesday, I'm not talking about any pro players. I'm not going to be watching any high level shit. I'm just going to be helping people enjoy the game. So
that sounds good. Just when it gets close, hit me up on X or something, just in case I forget,
Cool.
But yeah, that sounds awesome, bro.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people cook up. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. I honestly believe the conversation shifted after you laughed at the red tier God super chat. That is when he decided you were bad faith. I'm sorry, but me laughing at someone's joke is not fair. It was Urban Boy. He said red tier God, and I didn't laugh, but I covered my face. But that's not fair on me. Sure, Tom. Should I be condemned for that? The chat's making jokes. I read one. I didn't say it out loud, and I covered my mouth to not laugh. Am I the bad guy there?
No. I mean, first of all, why does everything get taken so personal in the FGC in general? I
don't know. Like everything that was levied at the thing. Red just said in the chat that he thought it was over yesterday, and I don't know where he got that impression. We didn't get to have a conversation. So as far as I was concerned, and I told him, I said to him, "This ain't. We got a problem now. We have a problem, and we can talk about it." But in his mind, he was like, "Oh, it's done." I was like, "No, it's not done. You got to address me properly." But yeah, I'm sorry. Urban Boy always says silly things. He always says dumb things. So calling someone red tier God is funny. He was wearing red.
Does that a lot.
Urban Boy takes the piss out of everyone.
I know Red doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. I was in his chat, and very unlike me, I was very, very nice. I was very nice.
I read your comments. You were nicer than Chad, and I was like, wow.
That's the problem. If I'm nicer than Chad, something's happened in the fucking ethos. And I know a lot of people and like Finn and Mike have a problem with Red, but I trust Tom Brady. If Tom Brady says he's a cool guy, he might be having a moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a moment.
I think it's a moment. I don't want to see someone get. I think being a LOLCOW is something. It's the label you wear, but people hand it over to you. And I think some people deserve to be a LOLCOW. I think people like Perfection deserve to be a LOLCOW. But I think sometimes we like kind of laugh off what that position is, because you have to think that's the position where 90% of the world thinks you're a joke. That's not a nice position to be in. That's why I think it's some people deserve it. I don't think Red does. He's done some crazy stuff. I don't think it's too late for him to say sorry, like Mike said. But yeah, I don't want to push the few people or the few OGs that we have left that are willing to help and talk, regardless if you don't agree with them, just ignore them. But you know, I'm not going to jump on a soapbox and after the stuff I've done on the stream, be like, oh, everyone be a good guy. I'm not the right person for that. I'm just saying, think carefully before you push someone into that position who doesn't deserve it. Like I said, some people deserve it. I don't think Red deserves it. I think he does LOLCOW behavior sometimes, or maybe only this time, but I don't think he deserves to have that label. So yeah.
But C4, the fact that I'm willing to squash this means that I can even walk back some of the things. I know that my stream is antagonistic today, 100%. I wouldn't lie though, but the thing is, he sort of lied yesterday. Like he was saying, "Oh, I never disrespected Mike," and I was like, "Bro, we watched. I mean, you watched the stream. You tell me, was he disrespectful or not?"
Yep, it was disrespectful.
I don't know why he won't own it. I don't know why he's pretending like he wasn't.
The same way that you was like, "Oh, just say sorry." And how I was like, I messaged you saying, "But you're belittling him. You're saying I'm giving an opportunity to talk to me, but you're talking down to him." So I don't think you haven't lied. That's a big difference, right? When I was asking Red1ated's, did you say that though? Because you're telling everyone you didn't say it. And Mike and Emery are saying, well, you did say that. Like you verbatim said that.
Yeah. People in the chat were saying, because people were like, because I was like, I'm not watching 5 hours again to find the part. You don't want to believe it, I don't care. But then people in the chat were like, no, he said it. Like Flames Game was like, yeah, you said it. Someone else said it, and someone else said it. And I was like, well, there you go. It's there. Like, I don't understand. Maybe I missed out an apostrophe in your. Like, you said those words. Those were your words.
I think you can have malicious lies and you can have ego lies. I think this is an ego lie. I think he's just lying because it makes him look good. I don't think he's lying to be malicious. But again, that's a read that I could be wrong on. If I am wrong at the end of the day, then fair enough. But I trust Tom. Tom's no longer.
Yeah, I don't think he's lying to be malicious. I never once assumed that he was being malicious for his lies. But I think that he's clearly got an ego and it's been hurt by this situation. And look, if Red came up here, I could happily tell him in front of everybody, I'm sorry for doing certain things. Like this stream today was obviously taking the piss, but it's in retaliation to him being what he did yesterday. And I couldn't speak to him. He acted like he didn't know how to set up communications between us. So I don't mind saying sorry for shit. But it's Red. Yeah. Red seems to have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm near the unk. Well, I'm an unk technically, but I think I know that I'm one bad tweet or one bad commentary block from being a fucking LOLCOW too. And I want there to be someone that will try and save me when it happens to me. I've had my moments, or either be Tekken. Or when I was doing Evo commentary and I was arguing with the chat about the difference between a flash kick and a DP. And in the back of my head, I'm like, no one cares. I'm like, I'm so artistic that I need people to know the difference between a DP and a flash kick. But no one cares.
Yeah.
And that can turn me into a LOLCOW. I know it. I'm fully prepared to do it. So yeah, I'm looking out for other people just so they might be able to, pass it forward for when that moment happens to me, potentially.
Damn, do you give your life over to Christ as well recently?
I gave it to Token. By souls. It cleansed mine. Peace. I want everyone to have fun on my game. So yeah.
Alexi, thank you for the $10. Mike, stop being rage baited by this old man. Look at him in chat. He's Alexi, come on, man. Let's not call him old man. Look at him in chat. He's only a reason for being here is to promote his stream he's having later. That's fine. I don't mind people promoting their streams, even when it's to flame me. Doesn't bother me. I ain't gonna be watching. But it doesn't need to happen. Because all that's gonna happen is he's gonna go live, and then I can't control what the stream says. Do you know what the best thing that you guys could do is when he goes live, just leave him alone. Don't go to his stream. Just let him shine into the ether until he gets bored. He can come here. We can squash it now, and then maybe if he streams later, we can go over there and show him some love. But don't go over there and troll him, because he sat there for 11 hours yesterday and he repeated himself 100 times. And he just repeated himself over and over again. And I think it's because he saw the numbers and he didn't want to let it go. I think the stream cut because it got to the 11-hour mark. I think that's when YouTube cuts it off, because I watched the ending and it cut him off while he was talking. So he's going to end up doing that again. And I don't know if it's going to affect his personal life. Now, yeah, this stream that I did was in retaliation to what he did yesterday. Is it petty? Yes, it is very petty. But there's also a bigger conversation here about like this sort of thing happening, because it's not the first time.
Nope. And sometimes it doesn't end nicely. I was saying to Mike, like, some locals kind of like feed off of it, like DSP, right? It's a whole ecosystem. But some people, you don't know what they're gonna do, man. You don't know how their life is. You don't know what they're capable of. We heard about fucking Red shadowboxing on a rock in the rain. Like, I don't want to piss him off, bro. Like, I don't.
I'm not concerned about his. I know Red's a big guy. I know he's a strong guy. I know if we all saw him in person, he'd probably lay each one of us out. I'm not concerned about that. He came onto a podcast to talk, and we spoke, and he didn't like the way the conversation went. So he fancies himself an intellectual. So why not just get up here and talk? You don't talk about yourself in the same light as other intellectuals, or put yourself across like that. And then when you don't like someone punching back at you verbally, you start threatening people.
Well, I got to take this.
No way, bro. You don't start threatening people.
I'm also not scared of Reds, for what it's worth. I'm scared about the people that are in New York that don't know he's had a bad day, bro. I've seen Batman origin stories far too many times. And yeah, Joker is always created. And it's always because he had a bad day. And it doesn't matter.
You think Red's going to go and hurt somebody?
Someone could. I'm not saying it's Reds, but that's what I'm saying. There's two different kind of locales. Some locales love the ecosystem and they play off of it. And sometimes we've heard stories of people getting trolled and they go into madness. I don't know which one Red is. And I don't want to take that risk. I don't want to take that risk.
I would like to think,
it's about it.
But I would like to think that he's smart enough to not go and hurt an innocent person because of a video description.
Emotions sometimes top trump fucking rationality, bro. Me and you, obviously not the case. We're always logical, robotic beings. But other people, especially when he uses his logic to rationalize his emotions. That's what his stream was. He was trying to convince the stream that he was in the right emotion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, just be careful who you troll, innit? That's what I'm saying. It might not hurt you directly, the person who's doing the trolling, but I guess like a really like small example is, say you troll him, and then for the rest of the night he's punching a wall, and then he's waking up his neighbors. That's all because you trolled him, and now his neighbors are suffering. Is that fair?
No, it's not fair. But okay, so what do you think I should do then, other than the olive branch that I've extended?
I think you should ignore him for two reasons. One, because that is what peaceful Chad would say, and two, I think it's the best petty move because all he's doing is trying to get your attention. So if you don't give it to him, it'll piss him off more. I think
I wasn't planning beyond the stream. Beyond this stream, I wasn't going to sit and watch his stream that he's doing because it's going to go in circles. And we were here till 6 a.m. yesterday. Like Shinblade and all his crowd were watching. I was on Shinblade's stream. They were like, "What the fuck is this?" Everybody was like, "What the fuck is going on?" So I can't possibly spend more time watching that. It's just too much.
Yeah, I know you wasn't going to make like a whole saga out of it. But yeah, that's my thing. I think you've offered the branch. He doesn't want to take it. I think trying to, not you, but like chat say, "I'll just jump on." It's not going to work. You're just making him more angry. I guess that's the point of some people doing it. They want to see him angry. That's fine. Again, I'm not someone to preach like fucking, goodwill and all that stuff. I'm also an arsehole. But yeah, I think, Mike, if you just do the stream, talk about what happens when people get pushed into the LOLCOW, territory, and then just don't talk to him again. I think that's the best case situation.
Yeah, no, that's fair. If he on the off chance he comes to the stream, and I'll speak to him. Like we'll have a conversation. In the off chance he decides, let me squash this. If he doesn't, then yeah, we'll leave it after this. I won't be condescending either.
It's hard, bro. We're from the UK. It's hard.
That's the problem. Like when you were saying to me, you're speaking down to him. I was like, if C4's saying it, we're from the same ends. You can probably Every time, because when I got into beef with Fate, he used to be like that. He used to bring up my British accent all the time. And it's just what I sound like.
Yeah,
Can't help
we're
it.
snarky. We're just snarky people, bro. It's we do it all the time. Like, I'm not saying you're doing it specifically to Red. We do it all the time. Ask, bro, if we went back and did like a VOD review of how he spoke to Tope, we're fucking assholes, bro. Like, we are.
Yeah, maybe.
But
yeah,
that's
fine.
British humor is great though. Like I've loved British humor ever since I was a kid. You know, like some of the greatest comics are out, you know, from there. But and it's just the way you guys talk to each other is also very reminiscent of how Australians talk to each other as well.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like we have our own completely different vernacular to saying stuff than you guys do, but we're all doing it in the same way. Like my mates will show up and I will literally insult them with the first word, right? You know, and nobody bats an eye. But you start saying shit like that on the internet and people think every Australian's a hateful person.
Yeah.
It's
Australians, they
just
just drop
the
the
way it
C
is.
word like crazy out there. Like they just drop see you next Tuesday all the time. I'm
Oh,
like,
that's a
damn.
term of if you get called that, it's a term of endearment.
It's like the N word. They were just dropping on all of us. I was like, damn. But you know what? If you ever want to learn how to be sarcastic, like if you want like British snark, watch a show called 40 Towers. I watched that as a kid, and I think that's where I got it from. What was his name again? Was it John Forty?
It was what was it? It was John Cleese that I think played.
Yeah.
The guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. That bro. I think that's where I got my sarcasm from. And the American show I got my sarcasm from was Basil 40. That was it. The American show I got my sarcasm from was Married with Children with Al Bundy.
Oh yeah, Al Bundy. Yeah.
Bro,
I remember
that guy. Every time an overweight woman walked into his shoe store, I was like, he's gonna say something so fucked up now. And he never. If that show came out today, it would be cancelled frame one. The things that he would say to people was so fucked. Such a good show.
I was watching Some Mothers Do Have 'Em with the guy that I think he played like the Phantom of the Opera. He's a really good singer as well. But in Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, he's got this wife Betsy, and he's a bumbling fucking idiot. Like, you know, he's always trying to get a job, and he's so like unco and terrible, you know. But it's typical British. Like it's not just the humor side of it, but also like, you know, we don't get a lot of physical comics anymore. Yeah. You know, so like you got the Goodies, you know, they were very physical. Yeah, Spencer, there we go. Betty, you know, like
remember Lee Evans?
Yeah.
He was good. Sweating frame one as soon as he got on stage.
Yep.
He was really good.
Oh, what was another one? Are You Being Served? So this is the interesting part. Are You Being Served? Like they had obviously an openly gay character, right, in that show, you know. And nobody cared. And we're talking what, the 60s, 70s, I think that was from. And I've watched this shit and I'm pissing myself laughing. And at the same time, I'm thinking there's no way this would survive. There's no way. Like the shit that they come out with and the stuff that they say. But I still love watching it, man. It just cracks me up. Yeah. Comedy's good. Comedy's good for the soul.
I read Isaiah's comment. He said, not gonna lie, there's a couple times where I'm like, fuck this Mike Hollow guy. Do you know what? I get that. I don't get offended. I don't get offended because I understand that our accent sounds really sarcastic when we're saying things. Sometimes we are being sarcastic, but I know the way we put things across can rub people the wrong way. So if you ever watch one of my videos and you're like, fuck that guy, I won't be offended. I won't be offended at all. I take no offense whatsoever. Sometimes I watch my video back when I've edited it. I'm like, ugh, should I put this out? Like, I don't even want to watch this. It is what it is, man. GGB, I'll read out your super chat when Tom gets back, because I know it's for him. OJ, thank you for the $2. You just made the list. That was a good bit from Chris Jericho. I wonder if did he bring it back in AEW? I can't remember. He's just come back. Umad, thank you for the 2 months. Yo, in Hawaii right now. Great to see the goats together. In Hawaii. Oh, man. You're where I want to be, bro. Aloha. I'd love to be in Hawaii right now. Felt like Hawaii in the UK a couple of last week. It was mad. Ringy, thank you for the 1 month, bro. Any idea of how many fighters are going to be in Tokyo? They've all been announced now. So you got Ghost Rider's team of 4. You got the Knights of Doom. That's 8. You've got Spider-Man's team, the Amazing Avengers or something. I can't remember. That's
12.
That's 12. And then you've got what other teams are there?
People are saying 20.
There's the Avengers, Captain America's Avengers, and then there's another team. Yeah, so 20 characters, 5 teams or 4.
Is Iron Man on Captain America team, or has he got his own team?
I think it's Captain America, Iron Man. I know Penny Parker is with Spider-Man.
Yep.
Who is Miss Marvel with? I can't remember who Miss Marvel is.
I know people were upset because there's no Fantastic Four, but it's like it's a team of 4 that they're doing this with. It's like, come on, that's that's going to be a shoe-in, I'm sure, at some point. It's literally like all 4.
Yeah,
they have to. With Doom in there, you got to.
Yeah, 100%. Joel, thank you for the $2. Reddit's trying to reignite the Monday Night Wars. I wish you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't. I'm not. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to farm this. Like it is what it is. He did his 11-hour stream. We're not going to be here for 11 hours today. I'll let him say what he wants to say. I'm going to go and enjoy some pancakes with my missus afterwards. I'm not going to be sitting there watching this stream. What's going on with Red? Oh, bro. Do you know what? Long story short, we had a falling out. He's very, very upset with me right now. I think if I was in New York, he might smash my face in, but luckily I'm not. So he'll just verbally have to attack me for now. But that's the long and short of it.
What's I haven't even kept up with anything. What's Sikander? What's Foxy up to? I haven't heard anything from them in ages.
He's still doing his thing, still playing Mortal Kombat. Foxy hasn't been doing YouTube stuff. I don't know what he's been doing. I went to his channel the other day. Someone asked me to interview him, and I went to his channel to like see what's up, but he hasn't uploaded really. And Sikander's he's still doing his MK1 stuff. He's still getting crazy numbers for MK1. I think he's the biggest Mortal Kombat streamer now. Yeah. Same old, man. Like MK is kind of in limbo right now, so they're kind of in the same boat as the DO, not the same boat as the DOA guys, but they're kind of just waiting for something good to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just chilling and streaming. There's nothing really going on over there. There's no beef.
I wonder if there'd be any common ground to squash the beef. I feel real calm now. You know, that madman from a couple of years ago is all gone. You know, yeah. Yeah,
I think Sikander will squash it. Sikander's I think he's mellowed out quite a bit. I think he'd squash it. Sikander strikes me as quite a chilled person. I know that might sound crazy for people to hear me say when you watch some of his streams, but whenever I talk to him, when I speak to him in private, like when we have actual when I've had discussions with him on Discord in private, very chilled. He's like, yeah, like whenever I ask him to do something, he's always like, yeah, bro, I'll do it for you. And not a problem. I asked him to do the charity stream. He knew you were going to be there. It was like, yeah, I'll jump on, no problem. So Sikander's always been cool with me. I think he'd probably squash it. I think if you approached him, don't approach him on Twitter, because I think when people go to Twitter, something.
Oh yeah.
Maybe if you want, I can try and set something up. It doesn't have to be on stream. I can Discord call and we can do it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, he called me fat once, but he wasn't really wrong.
Yeah.
So I wasn't super fat, but I was glad to lose that. So, you know, you get inspiration from anywhere, you know. But no, I just, you know, it'd just be cool to chat. It's just, and I've always wanted to talk to Foxy again, but I don't think he was on that live stream, wasn't he? The charity one.
Yeah. I think Foxy was in the main event, I think.
So, So I think I spoke a little bit, but it almost feels like a century ago, all of that stuff, to be honest.
It's a distant memory. So you just look back on it and laugh. Like it is what it is. It was a crazy saga. I would like it for Red to get to that point, because obviously right now he's seething. But like I said, man, like I know C4, I understand what C4 was saying, but at the end of the day, he got too disrespectful yesterday. So I thought, you know what, all fair. It's all fair. I didn't crash out. I went to bed. I was like, all right, cool, my turn.
Yeah.
And in my mind, I was like, okay, it'll just be like that. But he's like, I don't know. I guess he sees it differently. I should stop assuming that. Actually, you know what? That's going to sound condescending.
I could be wrong about this with you, man, but like, and I'm the same. So, but I could be wrong. It could just be projecting. But I think you like making sure that things are cool with people, and I think that's a good thing. You know, like
Me or Red?
you know, like it's good to push back on people and have conversations. But I don't. I could be wrong, but I don't think you like the idea that, like, you know, like things haven't been sorted out. You know, like it's in limbo, and you're trying to, you know. It's like, look, just we can sort it out. Just come on, let's do it. You know, it's right there, you know, and they're just ignoring it. And I get like that because it's frustrating, you know, because like there's no reason. There's no reason, you know, just But apparently he's going live in like 23 minutes. So you know.
Like I said, he can do whatever. I cannot bring myself to watch it again. I already know what he's gonna say. The only thing I'd say to Red is that he should be really careful with like threatening people on his channel, because for as much as we've been beefing, YouTube will they won't even strike you for that. They will just terminate you straight away.
Oh yeah,
they'll just cut you off. That will be it. And if you try to make other accounts and they find out, they'll ban those as well. So if you're listening, Red, I don't mind if you cuss me out. I don't get in my feelings over those things. It's not going to bother me. But for your channel's sake, because I know obviously you were talking about doing your videos and live streams, and I don't know if it's therapeutic or whatever, but threatening violence on YouTube, you won't last. You won't make it 24 hours. Like if you make actual proper threats against people and you start crashing out, they will just nuke you. I've seen it happen to people before. It's not worth it.
Did you know, Twitch? Did you see that chick? What's her name? Extra Emily. She got banned.
Oh
like,
my
from
god!
Twitch. And then she's like back in the day, man, and she's like nearly hitting people with a fucking car while she's accessing a phone. It's like, man, Twitch
is a joke, man. Respectfully, they'll probably ban me for saying that, but how can you stream whilst driving, almost kill people? This is not the first time she's done it.
Yeah.
She's driving whilst streaming, which you shouldn't be doing in the first place unless you've got your phone set up over there and you're looking at the road, not reading chat. Because it's okay to record videos in the car as long as you're driving.
Yeah.
But she's done this before and they're like 1 day ban. And I'm like, bro, how people don't learn their lessons when you do stuff like that. She's just gonna do it again. I know a lot of those like IRL streamers, I'm not really into their stuff, but Extra Emily is a standout in annoyance for me. I watched her go into a Nando's. It was on Twitch. She went to a Nando's and she was talking really loudly in a high-pitched voice, and I was like, oh my god, shut. I don't know if Nando's is in America, but we got a lot in the UK. And I was like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, I'm trying to enjoy my Nando's. You don't get between a Brit and their Nando's. And she's in there talking super loud. And then they asked her to leave. And she was like, oh, why? What? I was like, is it your first day on Earth? Get the fuck out. Unbelievable, man. At least Pokemon and all them, like, they stay in their rooms, right? They're not outside bothering people. Extra Emily is out here doing a madness on the street. And she gets banned for 1 day.
So the first time I've been to the movies in ages was see Master of the Universe, and then I ended up going back like 2 other times, right? But I'll be honest, right? I was anxious because like you hear the stories about people sitting there on their phones and laughing and stuff like that, and that's a pet peeve for me, dude. I require absolute fucking silence unless you're reacting to the movie. I cannot stand it for the life of me. It just bugs the shit out. And I'm like, man, I've been waiting for this movie for like 40 years. Please don't fuck it up, you know? And, you know, with people just sitting there, just laughing and doing stupid shit. But no, it was good. It was, thankfully that didn't happen.
I saw a scene where He-Man was punching Skeletor across the wall, and it looked really cool. And I was like, because I said to you, this looks dumb, man. I ain't watching this. But then I saw that scene. I was like, hold on a minute. This looks kind of sick.
So you haven't seen it yet?
I haven't seen it. No, I went to watch Backrooms instead, and I had the same experience as you. that all these kids were on their phone, and I was like, can you pay attention to the film for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
So annoying.
Like I don't know what you're like. So for me, like
This
because
guy.
of some of the marketing.
Sorry, Faye.
Oh, sorry, man.
Is C4 here? C4, are you there? Look what this guy said. Tope, how can that be your first comment back? How could that be? No, it wasn't. It wasn't black people actually. It wasn't black people. It was actually white people.
Oh shit!
Surprise! It was actually white people. It weren't black people. Hand on my heart. It was my cinema screening was majority. It was. I think I might have been the only person of color in there, to be completely honest with you. And they were on their phones constantly. And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" It was so annoying. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. No, I was gonna say because a lot of the marketing and they were, you know, some of the people are talking about toxic masculinity, and it's because people are so fatigued over that stuff. They're like, "Fuck, here we go," and then they see the trailer and they hear him stuff and things like that, right? You know, but I had a feeling it was going to be. I had a feeling based on the trailer that they were going to be sort of making like fun of that, and they did. There was literally like absolutely zero woke stuff in it from that sort of perspective. I actually thought that it's such a good movie for boys and fathers, you know, because He-Man wasn't just like a blunt instrument, you know, like he would try and work shit out up until the point where he couldn't work shit out and he just has to start, you know, smacking people around. Yeah. So that clip that you watched, right? I'm getting fucking goosebumps, bro. Oh man. So that whole lead up, like him sort of like coming to terms with being He-Man and all that sort of shit. And it gets up to a point, and it's in the trailer, so it's not a spoiler. And he's like, the time for, you know, basically like, you know, it's all right, that's it. I need to smack you around. I need to pimp slap.
Yeah.
When you're watching it, like on the big screen, you can feel that impact. I can't remember the last time I felt that. And the speed and just like Skeletor's face, he's just shitting his pants.
It starts like going down on one side. I saw it. I saw the impact, and I was like, "Oh damn!"
They did a absolutely like superb job. You know, everything from the audio, from the sound effects, the music and stuff. And like my son, like you know, we watched tons of movies together, and he goes, "I've never seen power like that shown on screen before." Like, and he's watched the Hulk, he's watched Superman, but this felt different. Like I don't know, it just felt like the way it was done was different. And a lot of people, as you know, the regular people are like, oh, box office is bad, it's failing and stuff like that. Every subsequent like session I went to, so I didn't go like 3 times in the same day. I went like a few days later, then a few days later again. And I was sick with a cold, so I couldn't even go on like the day it came out. The cinema was getting more and more packed. Like, so word of mouth was actually spreading. And I noticed over time that people were like, no, you guys got to go see this. This is really fucking good. It's campy, it's cheesy, you know, but like it really, it is unabashedly the 80s cartoon, but like real life, you know, and I fucking loved it, man. Like it's I think it's what I needed. I needed to go in there with something that was just fun, and it felt like just those big adventure movies that you used to watch. And the women in it were all great. They weren't like the, you know, like the typical girl boss, you know, they're like, you know, they weigh like 10 kilograms, taking down like, you know, 500 kilogram men. Like there was nothing like that. I thought that the actress Camila Mendes played Tila perfectly, just perfectly. You know, it was great. It was really, and interestingly enough, because a lot of people go, Adam should have been really small and then grow into He-Man.
Yeah.
But He-Man and Adam pretty much shared the same size. It was just more of a case of like, yeah, he might get sort of more bulked up. I don't know if you've seen that clip where he's transforming and you can actually see the muscles start to like pop all over him. But he doesn't get that much bigger. But He-Man wasn't just about the muscles. I think people have forgotten that it's not just about that. And when he's smacking Skeletor around, he's like, yeah, like before he does it, he's like, yeah, I was pulling my punches, and bang! Like it's just so funny. Yeah. Sorry, man.
That's the scene. That's the scene that sold me, because he had him against a pillar and he punched, And I was like, oh, because the way the camera panned around as he was punching him, and Skeletor was like, oh, and I was like, damn, Skeletor, fight back, man. You're getting fucked up. That sold me. I was like, yeah, I'll watch it. I won't watch it in cinema because Evil Dead is coming out, and I'm going to go and see that instead. I'm going to watch the first reboot one with my missus because she hasn't seen it. I love Evil Dead. I've seen all of them. I think they're all really good. I'm actually surprised at how good the new ones are. So I'm very excited for. I think the new one's called Burn, Evil Dead Burn. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, man. I'm super looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Dante, thank you for the $5. The Heavenly Gamer made a really interesting video on black MK characters. Was curious to hear your guys' thoughts on it. The thumbnail has Garrus on it. Okay, I haven't seen it. Let me see how long it is. Heavenly Gamer, you say? He's a slave. Oh. That's on the thumbnail. It says he's a slave.
Wow.
Okay, I'll watch it. It's 30 minutes, so I won't watch it now, but I'll watch it and I'll give you my thoughts on the next stream. Compelling title. Lexi, thank you for the $10. Fate vs. Mike VF first to 10, or I throwing rotten coconuts at Mike's car. What the fuck's wrong with this girl? Yeah, did you know that Fate was the #1 player on Virtua Fighter 5?
I was the world champion day one.
Day one. I saw that. This is when me and Fate were beefing. I saw Infinite Retro at the top of the Virtua Fighter leaderboard, and I was like, what the fuck?
I remember.
I screenshot and I was like, ain't no way this motherfucker's #1 on the leaderboard. And then Fate saw it and it was like, yep, I'm #1. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I found out it was like a glitch, right?
Yeah. I think it was just
people in the world for it to glitch on.
Yeah, I know.
It glitched on the one guy I was beefing, and he was #1 in the world. I was fuming. My group chats on WhatsApp were like, "Ain't that the guy you're beefing with?" And I was like, "I can't say anything. He's #1 in the world."
Yeah. No, it must have been because I can't remember if you could pre-order it or not on Steam, but I got it day one because I've been so impressed with just the support that they've done.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't have to be. I don't expect to be great at fighting games, but I love fighting games in general. Like the genre, it's cool, you know, and the universes and characters and shit like that. And Virtua Fighter was one of those almost extinct games that, you know, people are almost forgotten about. But then, like, it had never also been on PC since Virtua Fighter 2. So every other fighting game was coming over, and I'm like, oh man, if they get Virtua Fighter, that's definitely going to be shoe-in for any future ones. Mm-hmm. And then they did it, and they don't just do it; they took this old ass game and they just kept adding stuff to it. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's
100% support it.
Incredible, like what they've done. I didn't even know it had team battle. I only found out the other day it's got 3v3 team battle.
Yeah.
Well, I think
haven't you been wanting team battle in Tekken?
Yeah.
Since, forever.
I said I want league, I want tournament, I want Kumite, and I want team battle. And Virtua Fighter has every single one. So I'm like, I haven't streamed Tekken in ages. It's only been Virtua Fighter streams. I'm like, why would I play Tekken? I would look like such a dickhead if I bitched and complained. And Virtua Fighter ticked every single box. It ticked the features box, and it ticked there's no super move in the game and heat and all that. So I was like, why am I playing Tekken? I will go back and play it because they're putting Yujiro in there, and I have to play Yujiro. But in terms of like where my time will be spent now, it's all going to be on Virtua Fighter. No, I'm not going to spend any time playing Tekken for now. I'll play Tekken in 2027 when Yujiro gets there.
Yeah.
Daniel, thank you for the $10. What's up, Mike? On my break right now, I just want to say, what the fuck happened with that dude Red yesterday? I was in the chat chilling. Dude was crashing out on everyone because of Discord. I seen he was trying to help. I don't know if he can handle online. Fate, I promise you, I tried to help him. I super chatted to get his attention. I basically pleaded with him. I said, please don't do this. Please don't do this. There's no need for us to do this. I tried my best. And I tried for 1 hour. I was even walking the dog with my girl, and my girl had the stream open going, baby, he's crashing out on you. I was like, she's watching it, and I'm typing. She's like, what are you going to do? And I'm like, I'm trying to help him. And she was like, ain't you friends? And I'm like, well, I wouldn't say we're friends, but we get along. And she was like, why is he so angry? And I was like, I don't know. And then he said something, and my girl was like, oh, hell no, you can't have that. So obviously, she's like, oh, you can't have that. And in my mind, I'm like, I ain't a dickhead. I can't have that. But I still went and said, I still said to him, we can still let this go. Like, I'm going to stream in a bit. We can let it go. He didn't want to. I thought he wasn't reading stream. So I thought, let me super chat and put in the message, hey, man, this doesn't need to be a thing. He saw the super chat because I saw his eyes and he just ignored it. And I was like,
yeah,
I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. And now he's upset, obviously, that I did this stream. But I'm like, respectfully, you spoke shit about me for 11 hours yesterday. I don't think me speaking shit on my stream now it's tit for tat, right? You started it. It's not a big deal.
You can't be saying stuff like you're gonna physically assault people or that sort of thing. You can't do that. Like that's crossing a line. There's certain things that you just don't do. Especially back in the day, doxing people was a no-no. Even people, if they hated you in the community, if you dox them, like somebody, even people that like hated you or liked you, they'd be all like, nah, okay, this is unacceptable behavior. Same with threats, physical violence. You can't say stuff like that. You can talk shit back to each other all the time, but starting to say stuff like that is getting into, it's Steve was kind of right. Like it's sort of danger territory, because it feels like there's something else going on, And
I think he just takes himself too seriously, to be honest with you. Like what the back and forth between me and Red is like, when you actually look at the situation, it's so juvenile, it's so childish, it's so layer one, it's so unserious. But C4 was right in the sense that he probably is quite dangerous, because if something like this can set him off that much, he probably is a danger to be around. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a danger to be around. When he started threatening people, I was like, whoa, because I remember our beef, and I remember the beef that I had with I had beef with Tope, and I remember I had beef with Planted Medusa and all that, and it never got to the point where, do you know what, Tope, if I fucking see you, blah blah blah, and he never said that to me. We both understood there weren't, you obviously don't do those things. So when he did that, I was like, wait, hold on a second. I've had beef with like 10 different men on this platform in the last 3 years. This seems so layer one in comparison. Like if he saw the DMs between me and Tope, those were way worse than anything that was said between me and him publicly. So that's why I was so confused, and that's why I was trying to get his attention. I guess that's why C4 was being so nice yesterday. Nicer than Chad, funnily enough. Very confusing how he got that upset.
Chad turned. I think Chad was nice at first, and then I think it might have been the threat that he was like, "Oh, okay, gloves off." Like this guy is in it, but that to me was a red flag. If someone's that quick to anger, then I'm like, oh, he might not hit you, but that means he's capable of hitting someone else for less.
Yeah. Well, I hope he doesn't go around hitting other people because I said in the description that he said it was the DOA bro. The description said Red blamed the DOA content creators. But Red, I promise you, they don't even care that much. They're too busy playing Venus Vacation. Punisher's probably looking at some girl's tits right now. He don't care about what you said. He don't give a fuck. They don't care. I could have changed the description. I could have changed it. It's not that deep.
The thing is, people that talk about others being terminally online tend to be terminally online. He cares the most about what happens online. Like, granted, he probably does have like a real life, blah, blah, blah. Most of us do. Most of us have real life. But when we talk, he was looking at names going, I recognize your name. I'm like, that's a sign that you're online too much. If you can recognize people from comment sections and you're like, oh, I remember seeing that name in some other person's chat, you're watching too hard, bro. Like, you're watching too hard. So, yeah, I think just be careful. Like I said, I think some people deserve it. I don't really think he deserves it. I mean, it's funny. I'm not going to lie. It is funny. But I think at some point, crash outs aren't entertaining.
I don't want him to crash out though. That's the thing. I don't even really find it funny. I kind of see it as I said to him yesterday, this is a sad state of affairs over this. Yeah. Like if I like cussed your mom or if I like spat at your dog, I could understand being like, come to New York. Come to New York. Yeah. I'll be like, okay, cool. You know, I deserve a punch in the face for that. But because I quoted you about a dead or alive, this is the reaction. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. I really tried to ask. Like,
I am ready in case he loses.
Oh my god!
Right.
Defend yourself. The sound effects alone made me run away.
Good lord. Did you get it from Toys R Us?
You know, this was really fucking hard to find actually in the toy shops, mate. So you know, even people will buy this stuff. So yeah.
That's crazy. Batman couldn't have beaten me to put that on stream.
I don't normally like buy that kind of thing, but I'm like, man, it's fucking He-Man, right?
Oh.
It's He-Man. I gotta do it, dude.
I hear it. I hear it. Yeah, I don't know where Tom's gone because there's a super chat for him. I kind of wanted to read it to him, but well, I guess while still waiting for him, what was I going to say to C4? I had a question for you.
Is it Toycon related?
No, it wasn't.
He's hungry for it. It's all about token.
Let's talk about Token then. So, you've played the game now for I don't know how long you've played it for, but the feel that you've got for it. Who do you think is the best character in the game?
I was saying for CEO, if you want to win the first tournament, just pick Wolverine. Character's belligerent as fuck.
Really?
Yeah, I'm playing him. He's brain dead. He's not very hard to pick up. He's super straightforward, but he's that kind of straightforward where it's like, I know what he wants to do. I don't know if I can stop it though. He's that kind of good. Where everyone else has got like specific tech, like magic. She can go through portals, but you need to be near the portal. And then you can do some like DP into dive kick shenanigans and stuff. But yeah, you need to be near the portal. Danger, the character Chrome plays, you need to put the discs in a certain point, then you can teleport to them. And I'm like, yeah, that's all well and cool, but I'm Wolverine. I'm going to be in your face. You're not going to get a chance to do all that shit. There's no trickery here because unless you can block, you're not going to show me any like magic tricks. So Wolverine and a good assist, probably either Star-Lord or Iron Man. Iron Man is fucked up. Iron Man is very fucked up.
How is Ghost Rider? Because I know I played with him, but how is he in the build that you played?
They changed a few things with how he's the rev gauge works. The overheat thing. I think they tweaked that, but the Ghost Rider is good until someone knows how to fight against Ghost Rider. His mix-up is reactable.
Right.
But you can do like mental stack stuff, or you can cancel early so people aren't prepared. He's not. I think I wanted him to be like the old Ghost Rider where he just keeps you away all the time, but he's not like that because he's got a command grab. He wants to get in. So he uses his long range to get in safely, but against people that are mashing, you're going to get upset because he hasn't got any armor or anything. So you have to do a lot of conditioning. But it's a 3-round game, so you might get a chance. It's like Tekken. It's 3 rounds. Yeah. Most versus games don't have 3 rounds, so you might get enough time to kind of condition your opponent to fall for it. But he's not. He's pretty good. He's got his super where he gets the Mustang come out.
Yeah,
I was seeing people do that as like a reversal or like a full screen. If they see someone about to do a fireball, you can just call the Mustang, and they get.
Does the Mustang go? Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
GTA.
He doesn't have his bike.
No, this is a new Ghost Rider.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Robbie. I think Danny and Johnny are the ones that have the bikes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the defensive options for the game?
So
in compared to say Grand Blue, like
Yeah. So they don't have push block, so you don't have to worry about that. No anime stuff. They've got insta block, but it means no, it's the same as Grand Blue. You get a bit more meter for insta blocking something. You don't like change frame data or get a vacuum effect like in Strive. You have something called crossover, which is I was telling people it's kind of like Brave Counter. So when you're in block stun, you press 2 buttons and forward.
Yeah.
But unlike Brave Counter, there's a window where they can counter your Brave Counter. If they do that, it's very bad for you because you can't use assist for like 10 seconds.
Yep.
So you have to kind of like manage your meter. If you've got 1 bar and they don't, you can get away with it for free and it's your turn. Basically, they get knocked down and then they can tech. So there's only like one way to get a hard knockdown in this game, and that's through breaking the wall. If you ever see a combo and it doesn't break a wall, know that they can tech forward or backwards. But they can't tech upwards. So if you knock them to the ground, it's like a Brave Counter that it's your turn, your plus. So you can do something like you Brave Counter me, you shoot your fireball, then you tag in another character. So I have to wake up in your fireball, and then your other character can like mount pressure.
Is there any guard breaking?
There is no guard breaking, and they took out hard to blockables. So, say for example, I have an assist that's an overhead, and my point character goes for a low. The assist will always be mid now, so you just have to block the low.
Okay.
This sounds super easy to play compared to MVC3.
It's way easier. Way easier. This is in a good way, it's the easiest tag game to play because I think it's the most balanced. They really tried to balance it. There's also like you might have seen the footage where they go orange and they like either jump back or jump forwards. That's got armor and it gives you like a hit grab. So you kind of, some people like mash it in block strings, which is good because if someone's staggering and not hit confirming, they'll get hit by it because it's got one hit of armor and the strike's an overhead. So a lot of people aren't ready to stand block on their offense. So yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but you've got the orange flash and crossover. It sounds bad, like there's not many defensive options, but I think there's not much mix in the game anyway. I don't think you need that much defensive because there's not really like, oh my god, how was I ever meant to react to that kind of mix in this game?
Yeah. That's the one thing that put me off MVC. Like, I remember I played. You ever played Denny or I played Denny and I played.
I'm trying to remember his tag, but I know you're talking about.
Yeah, and I played Osso, ex-Color Bebop.
Yeah.
I played them at Jerome's house, in his old house in London. And I remember I was like, all right, cool, I'll try Marvel. I know I'm going to get fucked up. And I started, and they were like doing this fucking bullshit over my head. And I was like, bro, do you know what? Leave it out. Virgil was going like this, and then someone was going like that. And I was like, I'm good. I'll go back to Tekken where like I can kind of see what's going on. There's
none of that. I'm 99% sure there's no characters that just run through you and cross you up. There's no like instant overheads where as they're jumping, they're doing an attack that hits downwards. The closest character to mix up like that is a Black Panther. But no one's going to play her because she's a girl. So don't worry about it.
Because it's Shuri, not because it's a girl.
sorry, Shuri. Yes.
Shuri. Right, so hold on. I had to catch myself there. I dare not speak about Queen Shuri. Twitter will come for me again. My mistake.
I saw that, man. That was crazy, bro. I saw that fall out. Yeah.
Bro, I didn't think it was that deep. I thought it was just going to be like, because in my mind, I was like, T'Challa's Black Panther. Like anyone else that's trying to be Black Panther, I know it's a mantle, you pass it on, but I ain't trying to hear it. It's like Spider-Man. Look, respectfully, it's Peter Parker. Nicolas Cage convinced me of Ben Reilly, but other than that, like it's gonna be a hard pass for a lot of things. But I just thought, like no one likes Shuri. I did not think that. I didn't think the actual Black Panthers were gonna come out. The what are they called in America?
Biden knows what they're called.
No, what's the black militant group in America called?
Oh, the Black Panthers.
No, the Israelites.
The Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah.
Bro, they came at me hard. Like I was like, "Am I in trouble?" I messaged C4. I was like, "Am I in trouble, bro?" I didn't mean to speak about Queen Shuri like that. It's the way Emery was talking about the Guna community with DOA. He was like, "Don't fuck with them, Mike. They're really passionate about the swimsuits." And I was like, "Do you know what? I'll take your word for it." I fucked with their leader, and he got really angry about it. And I was like, "Yeah, we'll leave it." I didn't fuck with him. He fucked with me, and then
There's only really one Guna character in this game, and it's Magic, and it's not even that bad, to be honest. She's not that bad.
Yeah.
She's pretty tamed.
So Grand Blue Fate, I was really pissed off with this game the other day. Super pissed off. I'll tell you why. I didn't know that there was a gacha game for Grand Blue. So I get this message saying Ichigo is going to be in Grand Blue, and I was like, "What? No way!" So I was mid typing to Fate, going, "Hey, do you want to do a stream on Grand Blue? I'll jump on. Ichigo is going to be in the game." And as I'm typing it, I'm looking. I'm like, "Hold on a second, what the fuck is this?" And I'm seeing the gacha game, and I'm like, the person that sent it to me, they were the first person I was this close to blocking on Twitter. He didn't tell me before. I should have fact checked it, but he didn't tell me, and I got very upset.
He missed the small print, Fate. He didn't see the versus fantasy. He didn't see the fantasy part.
I think it was it was stuck in like Japan for like forever, and then they finally brought it to the West. I've only had a little go at it just because it's Grand Blue. But yeah, it's a fucking gacha nightmare. But yeah, so it'd be good to we can still do a Grand Blue stream.
You know what you
good
could do?
characters. There's good characters in there, man.
You could ease him in Fate and play Relinked.
What's that?
You know what's funny? Like I started playing Relink again recently, and I've gotten up to the part where like id, like or ID, or it is id, yeah, it like is playing a major role in the story, and that's just now as they've announced him coming out in September, so which is cool.
I can't do it, man. I thought I was gonna get a banker, and now I'm just disappointed.
Hey, bro, it's the pipeline. He might get into the fighting version. I think it has to go the gacha, Relink, which is kind of like, how would you explain Relink? Is it like a Monster Hunter game?
So no, I mean, yeah. Well, you got options, right? Because when you go to that sort of quest person, you can kind of grind your characters up, right? And so you can target like, oh, we'll go after bosses, we'll go after say dungeons, or we'll go after this or that to try and like get, you know, all the materials to then level up either your character or your weapons, and or get access to different weapons, because there's a fuck ton of weapons that you can unlock like for your characters. You know, you can play co-op too, which is it's a gorgeous game. You played in C4, yeah? It's a beautiful game, beautiful.
I haven't played it, but I watch all my friends play it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful world. Yeah.
Tom, did you go out for a drink? You're still wait. Let me unmute.
In disaster, I'm like, give me a beer.
Wait, what happened? Sorry, you were muted. Say again.
I said after this construction disaster, somebody was dealing with something in the guy's attic, and his foot went through the drywall.
Oh,
the roof.
Shit.
That's
I know that.
It ain't ballet, man. Construction ain't ballet.
Have you C4? Have you told them your story about that?
Yeah, no, I haven't. I only told you. But I'll tell everyone, I don't care. I did that. I went in my attic and my foot went through the drywall. And I split the beam as well. I was on a beam and I thought, oh, this looks a bit, stable. I put my foot in it, went all the way through. Luckily, my right foot on the other side of the beam didn't go through. But I felt like a skater and I split the rail. It was I was there for a good 5 minutes trying to get out. It was that was the date, because I told Mike, and I was saying to Mike, you know what? I had too much good luck. That was like a day after I got that esports interview, and I got told I was doing Evo, and I was like, it's too good to be true. And then I had to get someone to fix my ceiling.
Hang on. You're going to Evo and doing commentating and shit. I don't know the reach of C4, because I hear bits and pieces like this, and I'm thinking
he's a celebrity, bro. This is big time.
All right. Come on, tell me. Come on.
Yeah, I do.
Lay it on. Let's do it.
I do Strive commentary. This year and last year I did top 8 for Evo.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's fun. But I like being here more, talking shit.
Your commentary for Gilly Gill was sick. It was actually, we were entertained. I was having a good time. There was what was that character called? There was like a character that was getting played, and they were like, I don't know if were they going back in time or something. Gilly Gill's so quirky. I can't really tell what's going on sometimes. There was
Axel's a time traveler. Was it Axel or Eno?
It might have been Eno. Did she have a guitar?
Yeah, it's Eno.
Yeah, that character, I was watching it, I was like, this looks fucking irritating.
That character, there's a few characters in every game where I'm like, I have to nerf myself. Because if I was commentating Eno in like a house session, I would be way more frivolous with my words. She's got a move called Stroke the Big Tree. They know what they're doing. Bro, he says, be my bottom bitch. But I'm an Evo, so I can't reference those stuff. But yeah, she's a... yeah.
That's crazy. I'm not surprised from Strife. I'm not surprised. It's so over the top with so many things. But it was entertaining. It was fun. I didn't get to see Asuka. I was looking forward to seeing that character. But I don't think anyone played them.
Yeah, no one plays him. He's super cool. I like I make all sorts of TCG references. Potter Greeds, Professor's Research, all of those cool stuff. But like it was, I don't think this year I did my best, but I know other people were saying it is like, oh, I don't really watch Strive, but I could watch it, and that's the best I can get from. I don't need you to like love my commentary. As long as I can make you not switch off, I'm happy. I done my job.
Tom, I've got a super chat here for you to read, but just before we read it, I wanted to ask C4, did you catch all the references that Deadpool has in Marvel Tokkon?
So many.
So crazy. Like because the first one I noticed was the Jacko pose, and then I noticed he had Vegeta's like spam from Dragon Ball Fighters. He's got Scorpion's get over here, and then the toasty pose, and he's voiced by Dio's voice actor, right, in Japanese.
Apparently, the line in Japanese is different to the English line because it's Dio's. This is like mother, I think.
Yeah, mother. Yeah, he shouts at his
I'm really surprised they did so many MK references because they did Johnny, Scorpion, and Cyrax. I think Cyrax's pose. I was
no, that was Scorpion's pose. Was it
not the uppercut? You know when he does the uppercut like Scorpion, but when the explosion happens afterwards, I think he does like the Cyrax standing.
No, that's Scorpion's pose. So when Scorpion does his fatality on you in the old MK games, he takes his mask off and burns you, and you go up in flames, and then he turns and looks at the screen and does that pose.
Maybe I saw it on Twitter, so I shouldn't have believed Twitter, to be honest. But I thought there was a Cyrax pose in there. But yeah, they're it's Deadpool, the full break. They went absolutely nuts. I just didn't think they would reference other fighting games. I thought they were only going to reference games they made, like Guilty Gear and Blaz and maybe like other Marvel characters. But the crowd went pretty ballistic for him. I was like, cool. I'm glad Deadpool's in it. I won't play Deadpool. I'm kind of over Deadpool. I do like Deadpool. I'm not a fanatic about him. I prefer when cool. She-Hulk used to break the fourth wall. But
he's cool to have in these games, though.
Huh?
He's cool to have in these games though, because he's going to attract so much attention to it.
I have to play Loki because at Evo France, I spoke to the one of the battle directors or the dev, Patchy, his name is. He used to play Guilty Gear, and I had this whole elevator pitch ready for him, right? I wrote it down, right, and I needed a translator, so I was like, Patchy, I'm a very lame player. I want to time you out without wasting your time. So let me have Loki in the game because he's the master of storytellers. He's the god of storytellers. And with my super, I want my super to take time off the clock. So I can time you out actively. And he laughed and said, that is not fun for casuals. And then come to see that Loki's in the game. I'm like, oh, maybe he didn't laugh at my idea. Maybe he laughed because I was onto something. So
can Loki do that?
Huh?
Do you know if Loki can do that?
I don't know if he can do it. I don't see that he will. I do understand like casuals will not like a character that spends meter to run down the time, but I like timing people out. I want to get my money's worth, so I want to play the clock. So,
no, I hear it. That's cool. It was really cool to see the reaction, like because they did Loki, and everyone's like, oh, and I was like, yeah, Loki's a good pick. I didn't see it coming because Thor's not in the game, right? And then they did Blade, and I was like, thank God, because like people have been asking for Blade the way they were asking for Melina, and I was like, thank God. But also, they made him look sick, and I was like, you know, I'd probably play him. And then they dropped Deadpool, and I was like, yeah, Token's taking everyone's money.
Yeah, it is exciting times that with like between Token and Virtual Fighter Crossroads. I think it's really nice to actually have one massive fighter coming back and one brand new fighter that feels like it's just going to take center stage. And I think that needs to happen. I think we need like not only fresh blood, but the old blood of just like, I mean, you know, VF is the grandfather of 3D fighters, right? So to have that, I think it's kind of nice to look forward to these games that aren't just a Tekken or a Street Fighter or a Mortal Kombat, you know, and maybe that'll force them to reevaluate where they're at. You know?
Yeah, Yaya put up a tweet about Mortal Kombat and it went kind of viral, and he was showing Deadpool doing the MK uppercut and the Scorpion T-pose, and he was basically saying Mortal Kombat's got to change its art direction. Like MK11 and MK1 are kind of more so MK1, but I personally feel that way about MK11. They kind of feel soulless. They don't feel like MK games to me, or when I look at them. I don't know if you or even Tom agree.
Did you want to go first, Tom?
As far as the art style?
Yeah, the art direction of 11 and 1. Specifically, more so 1.
I don't like the art direction of one at all.
Mm.
I'm not a fan of it. It's kind of like how people felt when Diablo 3 went the art direction of, being like all colorful and whatever, and it lost its kind of gritty look.
Mm.
I think Mortal Kombat had a certain look in 9. People don't like the look of X, that kind of darker, the colors weren't as vibrant. But MK1, I just cannot get up behind that art style at all. I personally don't like it. The characters don't. I don't like the art style at all.
The 3D era had the best art style, easily. The art direction of the 3D era games, like specifically Deadly Alliance and Deception, to me, those are still the best looking MK games. They ain't got the best graphics, but when I look at them, and MK9, it just screams Mortal Kombat to me.
So I think they should radically. I want a Marvel take on Mortal Kombat, but
Really?
gritty. Yeah,
Wow.
fuck yeah, 100%. And I'll tell you why. Because when you so they've been doing their little 3D, like their and not the 3D era, but they're obviously their realistic faces experiment for a while, right? And the problem with that is that sometimes it doesn't age very well, which is some of the reasons why when people when they bring out these older fighter, like 2D fighting games, all the Street Fighter series or whatever, they can still look good because they were drawn and designed in a way that's almost timeless. If you look at something like World of Warcraft, for example, they've got a very unique art style that's not for everyone, but it will always persist because they've committed to it. So imagine taking and I've floated this idea before, you get the art style of John Tobias's drawings, but you transform that directly into a 3D model. So I don't know if you wanted to Google like Mortal Kombat, Scorpion Tobias or whatever, right? It looks radically different to what we get in the games. Even the first game, like all the game, like none of the games have ever reflected what we've seen with his actual drawing, because it's very unique. So you do that. You create this very sort of what's the term C4? It's like over not centralized. Oh, that sounds naughty. Fucking centralized.
Homogenized?
No. It's stylized. That's what I'm talking. Yeah. See that one there, the top one, Scorpion there, right?
This one.
Yeah. The face one. It's like the fourth from the left.
Yeah, just sort of in the middle.
Yeah, at the top. Yeah. So that one, that's his artwork, from the comics and his original drawings and stuff. So you take that and you put that in a 3D game, or turn it into a 3D model. Sorry, and you build the world around it as well, like that. Because you look at something like Tokon or Granblue or anime fighters, they fully lean into the the sensationalist style artwork and everything, and they have no problem with that. I love that because then it's just because then they could go crazy. Then they're not restricted, but we got to make it realistic. We got to reflect this. Yeah, fuck that shit. Just go nuts. Just look at what they're doing in Marvel Rivals. Look what they're doing in Tokon and other fighters and games out there where they just fully lean into this really cool art style. And then if you come back to Tokon in 10 years, it's still going to look good because they've drawn it that way. They've designed it that way, But if they made Tokon MK11 or MK1 graphics and you go back in 10 years, it's because they have improved their realistic facial modeling rather than going, let's just draw everything. Let's do the stylized stuff. I don't know, man. I think they need it, but then you do it in a bloody way, so then you've actually got blood and stuff. So if you want to kind of think of it like Invincible Versus, but on a whole other level, where it's still all drawn and there's still blood, but going down that path, and then they could go crazy. They could imagine tearing people's arms off in cartoon fashion. It'd be like watching an anime, when they tear it off and you see all the skin, sort of peeling apart and shit like that. No, I think it'd be cool.
I think it'd
be cool.
I think you're onto something. I definitely think I'd prefer that over what we're getting. It just, I think you called it uncanny valley with MK1.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
give that a little bit. It's not fun to look at, and it's
No.
not. You know, like when you look at VF6, they're clearly trying to make it more like grounded and realistic, but it still has. It looks really good. Like I don't get that feeling when I look at MK1.
Virtual Fighter looks like a video game.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they're trying to literally mimic one-to-one a person's face.
Mhm.
Like it's still, you look at it and you go, oh, that looks great. I was watching some video where they're even talking about the blocking. They're not just doing standard blocking. They're depending on which angle the punch or kick's coming in, they might do that, you know, move around. That's sick. That's so fucking cool. And the funny part is the 3D era of MK kind of did that.
Yeah.
Right? They go do that or they do that,
yeah.
you know? Yeah. So, but the characters still have a very like stylized look. You know, you're not sitting there going, "Oh, yeah, that's Uncanny Valley." No, it looks like a video game. I think people don't realize that's how it's really important that it still has to look like a video game, and that's what, you know, kind of hooks you in. I don't know. It's just my thoughts, but
I think you're onto something there.
I thought people were very like attached to the NRS like realism thing. So I've never heard like someone say, "Oh yeah, just make it cartoony." But I'm biased. Obviously, I think it was cool. Would be cool. I don't think Invincible Versus looks too. It's not cartoony enough. But I did like Injustice because they did the opposite. But that's obviously me coming from UMVC 3, MVCI afterwards. I come from cartoon-looking games, so when I went to Injustice, like, finally some fucking realism in my superhero game, which is stupid to say, but I liked it because it was different.
Yeah, I would like to see them go back to what they used to do, because the 3D era, I think the 3D era games really nailed it. I think if they brought that sort of style into like the new graphics, it would look really good. Tom, this was for you from GGB. He said, I don't think you should wait for NRS to make a good port. With the way emulation has improved, we'll have a working fan version years before them. Do it now while you still have interest in talking. I think he's talking about you doing Deadly Alliance.
You know, there's a couple things I want to say very quickly to the Mortal Kombat community. If you want things to change, empower me to help you guys. Look, I get it. I understand. Look, believe me, no. How do I say this without insulting other content creators?
It's too late.
Maybe you got
it's too late. You already said it. Yeah, you got to.
You can't. You couldn't trust me before because I needed you. I needed you to live. In my dark times in those few years, I would have said whatever because I needed donations, I needed subs, whatever. My darkest, I'm not proud of this either. There was a time when I was even glazing MK11 and being positive. All those positive videos, I was lying through my teeth, man. I just needed money. I mean, I not a thing I said was true. I needed money. You know, I was in that bad of a spot. Now, brother, I'm the first ever FGC double 1%er. 1% of income in the 1% of income in the West, and I was in the 1% club as a player during my active years. I don't need anyone's money. I don't care about money. I'll do whatever I want for free because I don't need the money. Mm-hmm. Empower me to help you guys. You guys, I understand. You guys, you want to do this for your living. You should be able to. You great players. The Mortal Kombat community has a DOA problem, meaning, well, MK sells, but the players don't. You can't market Ninja Killer versus Sonic Fox forever. You know, MK has got some top players who are great. And I mean this in no offense. Nobody fucking cares who you are. Not as a skill perspective, but from watchability. You guys are rock stars that people don't know are playing in concert. That is the problem. I complimented you really well. I watched a lot of your commentary, C4, because I never really watched it. So I watched a lot of it over the last couple of weeks. The thing you do is you don't sell the game as much as you sell the players, because you realize the players are what gets the eyeballs on the game, not the game. Because again, if you took a mid-major tournament and no rock stars were there, nobody's going to watch it because they're not really there for the game. They're there for the players who are playing the game. So MK has got rock stars who are not built up to be so. And I understand you guys got to toe the line. You want your early copies of the games. You want whatever. You can't say certain things to NRS. Man, but I can. I can. And I can give them the truth. I understand I've made some mistakes, but I can do a lot of good if you let me.
So how do they empower you, Tom? What are you asking?
Bring me back. Put me on the mic. Say, hey, bring this guy in to consult with NetherRealm. My days of winning are over. I have no dog in the race. I want eyeballs on your games and eyeballs on the players. Period. MK, I mean, Sonic, the thing is, we got great players. MK will come out. Sonic Fox will stream for a billion gazillion viewers. After that will be Ninja Killer. And then there's a massive drop-off between the next guy. Why? They're not less of a rock star. They just don't have anyone that has the machine pumping their name and their stories up.
It's super sad, bro.
And I don't want money. I don't want money. I don't want $1. I know NRS would have to pay me or whoever would have to whatever. I would literally just say, put that in a pot. Whatever you were going to give me, put it in a pot. And then we're going to fly out people from lesser known regions, like the African region or whatever, to bring them out here where they get a chance to shine. I don't want money.
This is a good time, I think, because with this takeover or whoever's like, what is it, Paramount? Is it Paramount? That's
Paramount, yeah.
I kind of see like this is a fresh start for a whole bunch of people, right? Because Paramount, they're not going to, they do business their own way. If I were you, man, I'd be knocking on that door, because
NetherRealm would block me. There's no knocking on the door. They'd go to NetherRealm. Hey, this guy here, and they'd say, nah. No.
You should wear a disguise and be Bomb Trady. And they won't know.
Yeah.
Bomb Trady, I don't know. Maybe a better name than Bomb Trady.
Yeah.
What were you going to say about Evo C4?
Oh, to what Tom was saying about luckily, otherwise I would have missed it. I was coming back from commentary on the way to Tokon and I had to go past Invincible Versus. And I saw Poseidon versus Sonic Fox. And when Invincible Versus came out, I was in Poseidon's chat tag games make people think that they're shit at fighting games. It's just a different skill set. And I was like, bro, all you got to do is don't play NRS. Stop trying to play footsies of where someone is and start predicting where they're going to be. That's basically how you play tag games. You never aim for where they are. You aim where they're going to be. Told him that, and he was playing Powerplex. So I was like, you're my homie. I don't know you, but you're playing the character I like, and I know you stream Injustice because I watch it every now and again. So I was in his chat trying to not be one of those like backseat drivers, but saying like, you can do this, bro. Cool. He let me commentate one of his Injustice tournaments, and then I saw him, one of his Invincible tournaments. I saw him, and he was beating Sonic Fox. And I was like, bro, that's fucking sick. Because Sonic Fox was talking about how they were gonna whack up everyone in Invincible Versus. Poseidon, who was just been grinding silently with Powerplex, he's not very good, beat Sonic Fox. I saw him upload, and I saw no noise about it. And I'm like, I had a conversation with Dizzy TT, and I was like, the biggest problem with NRS is that you don't have enough personalities.
They do. They just only market one.
True. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Not really though. Like you can market yourself. Like people need to learn to speak up. You just uploaded match footage. People ain't gonna watch.
But I think people should be. But I think it's the community's job to make their big players hype for other games. Because when I commentate, luckily I commentate loads of different games. But when Dragon Ball came out, I talked about the Smash players. I talked about the Street Fighter players. I talked about the Marvel players that played Dragon Ball. But other people it's all fine like sticking to your one game and then you won't know someone who comes over. That's fine. I'm not saying everyone should do that, but I think the community should hype up their player if they're doing well in another game. bro, if a Dragon Ball player wins something, I'm the first person you're going to see saying, Dragon Ball's players win again. W. You all chat shit that we can't play neutral because of Super Dash. Now look, we've got Evo champions in multiple games. Hikari in 2x KO. We've got Bleed smashing everyone in 2x KO as well, taking all their money. We had someone in Grand Blue. They didn't quite win, but they were close. Zane got really close. Dragon Ball player. Everyone knows about Wawa. Like, I promote Dragon Ball. I promote Dragon Ball players when I see him in any other game. And I feel if everyone does that, it'll be good.
But you know the value of the players. What I'm saying is that the vast majority of people don't really care. And like you kind of have to deal with the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is you could be a mid-tier player with a really vibrant personality and people come and watch you just because they like you. They're like, oh, so-and-so's on stage. I think players, like if they really want to get noticed, they should work on their like communication and people skills as much as they are their skill set, because some of these guys are doing it to get noticed and sponsored and this, that, and the other. But the reality is that your skill set ain't going to be enough unless you're literally out here bodying everybody at all times of the day, winning tournaments like Sonic Fox and Arslan Ash. But for most people, that's not the reality.
You are right.
No,
and maybe it's a joint effort. Sorry, real quick. It's a joint effort. This is how I see it. This is a perfect example. You know, the World Cup. I'm sure there's a lot of people in America that don't give a fuck about football. Everyone cares about the World Cup because their country's playing. They can attach themselves to a team or a player. That's how I see fighting games. Yeah, I love Tokon, but when I'm commentating, I'm talking about the players. I want everyone to play my game, and the only way you're going to get invested is if you can find a player that's playing and you can attach to him. If I say to Fate, oh, your best blue sky guy, he's really sick at Tokon. If Fate and any other Grand Prix player knows Blue Sky Guy, and I'm saying, yo, Blue Sky Guy is doing a lot of damage with this character, and he's a Grand Blue guy, that's more enticing for a Grand Blue player to at least watch Tokon because they've got someone to back.
Yeah. No, you're right.
That's what I see.
100%. Well, what were you going to say, Tom?
For the NRS community, what they should do is this. One, what are you doing waiting? You know, all these people that claim to be great NRS leaders of the NRS community, everyone's just kind of waiting around for the next NRS game.
Yeah.
The problem is you already have game people will play. I mean, even at some of these offline events, the local ones, why not somebody try to put MK Deadly Alliance? Why not put MKX, right? Et cetera, et cetera. You know, I mean, MK1 clearly is not going to bring anyone around. I'm not going to say the game, not about if the game is good or bad. People just aren't interested in playing it right now, right? But you've got games like MKX, and they say, oh, well, nobody will get into it. Brother, nobody's going to get into MK1.
Yeah, MK1
I mean,
dead in the water.
Start holding tournaments with multiple games, even offline. Hold 1, hold X, hold 9. The NRS community has shunned as like it's embarrassing. Like, oh, you're playing MK9, you're playing MKX, you can't cut it over here. Now we're all kind of screwed. We're all in it together now. We all got to be in it together. You got to start holding these older games for a while because you want the entire community back and engaged, and pray the next game is good to bring most of the people back. But if they're off doing their own thing, they may not even come back. You know, you got to start holding MKX. You got to try holding 9. I know 9's a pain in the ass. You can't really go back that much farther. You know,
is Destroyer still doing MKX?
I think so. Yeah,
he's been doing that for you.
Destroyer has been key. Destroyer and Unbearable Skill. I want to give props to Bear, man. Unbearable Skill's been fighting the good fight for a long time. Those two have been keeping the game alive. Period. And you can go on Bear's stream every night. Look him up, guys. Go to Unbearable Skills channel. Follow him. He's got some of the best playing MKX every single night. And half of the community doesn't even know it.
Yeah. I still watch him every night. I haven't watched him in a little while, a few months, but
I watch him all the time. I love watching Bear.
Yeah, but like even like Emery Reigns has been keeping DOA alive. He's just been doing his Dead or Alive reigns. Have you seen them? The first attendance that does on that channel.
Yeah, I've seen Emery Reigns. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good. It's very similar to what Destroyer does with MKX. I agree with you though. Playing Virtua Fighter made me realize how important it is to like build communities and like cultivate personalities, because when there's no one in ranked and you got to start like getting in contact with people to play the game, you got to really start considering community features and building rapport with people and talking. It's not good enough to just be like, oh, I'm good at the game or let's play the game or whatever. Like people want some sort of connection. Which has been fun. It's been the fun side of Virtua Fighter for me. Like I can't play ranked because there's no one there. It's a WhatsApp fighter or a Discord fighter.
No, I honestly, I think it'll be. I really think like the MK community really needs to do something, because if they're gonna wait, it's not gonna work.
I mean, think about something eventually, right?
Think about Emery Reigns. Also, the DOA community, they just don't have anyone that moves the needle. It's not about putting in the work. The DOA community took a gamble in DOA 4. And the people that have the biggest following and the biggest cachet, they chased away and they put everything on Master. I don't mean to insult Master here, but just like when I fucked up and I made mistakes, I had to own up to it. Master is the James Gunn of fighting games. Right? He is the James Gunn of fighting games. He made Supergirl. They just call it DOA. Anyone else that was doing that is, look at the state DOA is in. And it's not because Master doesn't know what he's talking about. Egos aside, step aside. You can still be DOA Master, but you gotta bring back the people that move the needle. Whether it's on the mic or whatever, they don't have to be players, right? But you got to get them back to making content for DOA, streaming DOA, commentating DOA. Players make the game. The game does not make the players. Who is making DOA right now? I mean, they're great players. Master was a great player. Great. Like one of the most iconic video game characters of all time, Ryu Hayabusa. That's Master. Great player. Great player. Wish we could put our differences aside, but I know he never will.
Oh, Tom, it doesn't. I don't think it helps if you call him the James Gunn of TOA.
Bad decisions. Bad decisions. Bad decisions.
Mike,
Bad
can I show you something to go on what Tom was talking about? There's my story. I got lucky. I got very lucky with the position I'm in because I did ICFC. Jammers vouched for me, and then Chris Segler saw me, and that's why I got an Evo. I know that's how it worked. It's not always about the effort. You should always do the effort because you don't know who's going to see it. Basically, that's what I'm going to say. Another example is MVCI. Let me send you this real quick. This guy called DonCon, right? He's run a weekly for MVCI since the game dropped. He has not stopped. He's still doing this. And when the play base goes down, like you were saying about DOA, you can't get a game on MVCI if you fucking paid someone. It's super hard, especially in EU. I couldn't pay my best friends to give me a first to 10 anymore. This guy, his production value is actually insane. When you have a scene where you're getting probably just under 100 people on a weekly basis and you put this much effort on a fucking static screen while you're waiting for players, there's no reason that someone can't do this. Or even if it's a group effort. He has at the beginning of the streams, he's got the character select screen and he's like, well, we've only got 10 players. Let's customize the character select screen to the players. So it will show like Hulk and then it will show XC, who's a Hulk player. It will show Takewa and he plays Dante, right? You can make people invested in your game with the players. This guy, to me, is like one of the best commentators that no one knows about. He's commentated. This is 309, by the way. This is the 309th tournament. He has a Google Doc of every winner, every character, every stone. So they do like before top 4, they go like, I don't know. Coggins has won 800 times, or not 800 times, 80 times, but he's always lost to fucking who we got playing now? Hydro X.
Yeah.
there's a fucking storyline, and anytime you tune in, you can get on board with the storyline because they're telling you it. They stream like it's someone's first time in chat watching, and they make you invested because there has to be one. We all play fighting games. There has to be one Capcom character or one Marvel character that we like, and then we can just root for them.
Yeah.
But I think some people get deterred from not putting in this effort because they think not enough people's going to see it. What happened with this game? Fucking Maximilian saw it. And he made the game fucking bearable to look at. It just takes one time for someone important to see it.
Is he getting more recognition now for the efforts that he's putting?
Nope. He probably got a hype for about 2 weeks because Max was in the stream. When Max did the Beyond patch, he asked all the MVCI players about, what should we do with this character in terms of like balancing? So he was in the streams. He would throw in donations. The scene, when Beyond came out, prior to that, all the MVCI players played on console. Even the Japanese players played on console. Everyone played on console. So when Max did this, there was a massive like schism between the community because like we don't want to play on PC. It's shit. The connection's bad. I didn't believe them, but that's what they said, right? And two of their like strongest players didn't have a PC. So they did a tournament to raise money to get them PCs. They both got PCs. Straight up. They have with TNS, like once a year, they'll do like a Rambat. When this gets on TNS, that prize pool is insane. They get about $1,000 at minimum for one tournament. The community, another once a year event, they'll do basically a Battle of the Stones. They'll do like this tournament. If you win, when you enter the big tournament at the like 2-3 month part, you get to use the Soul Stone. You win this tournament, you get to use Reality Stone. This is like a 3-month event. They had in the last one, they got $2,900 for a dead game.
That's really cool.
For a dead, and this is weekly, bro. He's the only one streaming tournaments. Shout out to Donkon. And a lot of the time, he was doing solo comms because most of the players didn't have a PC, so he had to do solo comms for some of them.
Hey, Mike, I gotta head out, man. Thanks for having me on there, brother.
No worries, Tom. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, later, guys.
See you, dude.
Tom.
Yeah, this is incredible, bro. This is actually incredible, especially for MVCI. Like, I don't know anyone that plays this other than you.
When I say your games are What's That Fire, I'm talking from experience. I know what it's like, bro. I just know. But there's a lot of like inspirations I get from. This was one of them. This was like, it doesn't matter how many people are watching. Do it because you like doing it. And eventually, someone will give you your flowers. Luckily, for MVCI, it was Max. He's got a lot of money to buy bouquets of flowers. So he got a lot of flowers. Yeah. So
that's really cool. I mean, like, I don't even know where you just like. I'd need to set because I always wanted to do something like this for Tekken, but I just never got around to it. And now obviously I'm streaming Virtua Fighter, and that is a WhatsApp fighter at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to sit and have a think about it because I do the stream weekly. Does he do this weekly or is it every day?
Every Thursday.
Every Thursday.
Every Thursday. Yeah, TNS do it like once every 2 months. They'll do one. And shouts to OG. His name's Original Gamer. He used to be called like War Destroyer. He used to do a podcast of like tournaments, but the tournament was this. So sometimes the tournament, the podcast was not very, there wasn't a lot of information. This is why I asked Emery, because every now and again he would have to talk about Marvel related stuff because there just wasn't enough. There wasn't anything going on with the game. But yeah, I need people to understand 309 tournaments. He is done back to back.
Almost a year now. So what is he going to do when Token comes out? Is he going to continue doing it for MVCI or is he going to switch over?
I'm going to assume he's going to keep doing MVCI. He's kind of like me where he just loves all tag games. He does BB tag on Wednesdays, and he does he used to do 2X. I don't think he's doing 2X anymore. He done Marvel Collections when it comes out, but he always goes back to this. Bro, this guy's production, I don't know if you can back out from this or click on his Twitch. Not his Twitch, on his YouTube. The thumbnail game is insane, bro. The thumbnail game is insane. They are so clean. Please keep scrolling. He puts so much fucking effort.
Where's he getting this artwork from?
When Max made the Beyond mods, they made new portraits. Or he will just fucking dig, bro. He will just infinitely dig for comic strips, and he will just PNG them the heck up. Look, he doesn't even do the same thing all the time.
Yeah.
You know how like boring it could. Well, sorry, I'm gonna say boring. How reasonable would to be to do consistent thumbnails? He can't do that. He just can't. He has to mix it up.
No,
Don't
this guy needs more. He needs more recognition, man. Yeah, guys, go and sub up to this guy. There's 521 of you watching right now. We can get him to 6K subs easy. What's his at? His at is ICU hate. Oh, ICU hater.
I would appreciate that, and if anyone notices, they probably won't. When I commentate, I have a black and red top that says all problems to solve with Power Stone. That was the top I got from him. He does merch, and he's got an ICU hater top, and I bought it, and I try to wear it every time I do commentary because bro, like I said, inspirational for such a dead game to put this much effort in is insane, bro. And luckily, it's for a game I like. So
that is really cool. That is really, really cool. Pin the link. Oh, I gotta go on YouTube and do that. Hold on a sec. Yeah, no, that's sick, man. Listen, now that I'm actually playing, because I don't usually play. You could count Bleach as a Discord fighter, but Bleach's community never left. Like there's the same 100 players every day. If I turn on Bleach and I play 100 matches, I'll fight the same 100 guys. So I don't have to worry about getting games. I just want to get games against different people. But Virtua Fighter is the first time where I'm like, if I don't stream this, I am not going to get matches consistently. I have to stream it.
Yeah.
I have to play this on stream. I have to let people know that we're live. Because I sat on ranked, and I shit you not. I put my air fryer on 20 minutes to cook something. I sat here waiting for a match. I didn't get a match. I was fucking pissed. Couldn't believe it. I was like, I have to stream. I'm gonna have to stream it.
It's I get it's super demotivating when you don't get the recognition. I question yourself if you like it that much. Then that's what I would do. Because if you like it enough, it won't matter that only 10 people are watching. And there was something that one of the commentators said to me where I was like, talking about our styles and stuff. And it was like, you make people want to enjoy the thing you're talking about. And I think everyone can do that. I don't think that's a unique skill to me. When someone's passionate about something and they talk about it, they are more like enticing to listen to. Everyone can do this.
Yeah.
You can do this with your game. I've been, bro, there's so many voice notes I've got from Finn to try a game. And because he sounds like he likes it, I'm like, fuck it. I might like it too. And then I try it.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's what happened in Virtua Fighter. Like Chad spoke about it so much that we would end up playing it.
Super infectious, man. Just Chad does a really good job. He's done a really good job getting people in. Not everyone has the artistic eye to do what like Donkon does with visuals, but Chad is very he has that kind of energy that you want to get attached to when he's talking about something he really likes.
Yeah.
So just tap into whatever passion draws people in. Just keep doing that and keep doing it, and eventually the right person will see it, and then you'll get your flowers.
I want to put people on to this guy. I want you guys to sub up to this guy, right? His name is Re1ated's FGC. This guy did a video that Chad showed me today. This one here. This guy is not getting the recognition he deserves. I need to finish it off. This is one of the best videos that I've ever seen. It's such a sick video. I don't want to take views away from him by playing it on stream. I want people to go and watch this. If you're interested in Virtua Fighter and you're interested in learning about Chinese martial arts, both Northern and Southern, or learning things about the language, or learning about who the Bakunawa killer could be, this is the best video I've ever seen where someone is speculating who the character could be. Because all of us immediately went, oh, it's Lei Fei, or it's someone related to Lao, or something like that. This guy went into an hour and a half breakdown of why everybody's wrong. And I watched it and I was like, damn, I can't even argue back against anything he's saying. Even if he's wrong, he's put it so well. I want to be wrong now. I want him to be right. That's how good the video was.
That's it.
I DM'd him and I said to him, bro, you do not have enough subs. You ain't got enough viewers. I want you to come on I asked him, can you come on my podcast and recreate this video? Or if you don't want to, can you come on here and make another video like this for another character so we can, because bro, the shit he did in this video is actually mad. It's actually mad. The references that he pulled, I was sitting there like, damn, this guy he's really in his bag right now. Like he was referencing things that I haven't seen in like 20 years. And I was thinking to myself, I could watch this on stream, but I don't want to take away views from his thing. I want him. I want this guy to get subbed up. So, guys, if you're not subbed up to him, sub up to him. This guy is criminally underrated. Well, definitely one of the best YouTubers I've come across this year.
Why man FGC? Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah. Even if you're not into Virtua Fighter, even if you're not into it, just watch this video. It's such a sick video. I was genuinely, when I saw an hour and a half and Chad told me, I was like, hour and a half, bro. I'm at work. And Chad was like, Chad sent me a message and was like, Mike, bring him in. Bring him into the fold. I sent him back a Godfather for me. I was like, I'll see what I can do. I was like, all right, let me pop it on. Let me see what he's saying. I got no work done for 2 hours. I had to keep pausing it and like replying to something and going back to it. I got nothing done. He definitely did. This guy deserves way more recognition. My girl came home. I was like, babe, hold on, the Buccanal Killer's on the screen. I need you to move, please. But yeah, no, I think it's good to highlight smaller creators and give them a chance to build their base, because like it makes me wonder. Like you've shown me this guy that does the Marvel thing, and I've shown you guys Wireman, and it makes me wonder how many other sick creators are out there that are like breaking their backs making sick videos. This video is better than any video I've ever made by a country mile, and he's got only 300 views. And I'm like, nah, man, you got to sub up to this guy. So I messaged him, I spoke to him, and I said to him that I wanted to come on here. He said that he will. And we'll work out what kind of video he does. I would like him to recreate this video, but maybe he should make a new one so people can go and watch this one so they don't end up watching it on here. But yeah, if people know like small creators that you think are like really, really sick and you think that it's something people would want to see, then there's this thing that YouTube's doing now where you can DM the creator on YouTube. I think because I DM'd you and you were like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
If I give you permissions, you can actually DM me on YouTube now. So I'm going to look into if I'm allowed to do that, because I was going to put it on my community page to open it up to everyone. And C4 was like, your DMs are going to look fucked, bro. You're going to get attacked. And I was like, yeah, bro. But it might be good because my DMs are open on Twitter and I could get attacked on there, and I don't that much. So
that's true. That is true.
Yeah, so I might open it. I'm going to check to see if you're allowed to. I don't know if it's against terms of service to do it. Just open it up to the public. But if I can, then I will, so that people can like send me links to people that they think are sick, but they're not getting any recognition. And I'll definitely put them on. But,
there's so many people like that I know. I wish I had the following. Maybe when I start doing Tokon properly, I've got like 10 thumbnails ready, bro. I actually went into Photoshop and learned shit, made the thumbnail, and now I've got to learn to edit. And I'm not looking forward to that bit.
No, I'm looking forward to this arc. You're about to become a full-blown content creator.
I am, bro. It's going to be different. It's going to be exciting. I'm just scared that I'll get less time to play, because editing is not easy, bro. That shit is. I mean, I'm talking to you like you don't know.
Bro, trust me. Like Finn's going to me because he hasn't been uploading on YouTube. He's like, "Oh, you've been playing Virtua Fighter?" I'm like, "No, bro. I did the podcast. I did some editing. I went to work. I went to the gym. By the time I finish everything, I'm tired. Like, I don't even have the energy to play Pokemon. I'm sitting in bed about to start a match, going like this, and he's there practicing, and I'm like, "You'll have your time, bro. Like, don't worry. When Virtua Fighter 6 comes out, I'm gonna be streaming it way more than I am now. You'll have your time. You do your little thing right for now, but I'll get Finn." He's not that far. Last set we did, it was 10-6 or 10-7. So I closed the gap.
And he grinds. He grinds.
Well, he beat me 10-3 last time. And then I hadn't practiced at all. And then I came back 10-7. So I was like, and I've switched now. I'm not playing Wolf. I went around the roster. No, I went around the roster. And I didn't want to pick him. But since Chad's not here anymore, I was like, well, there's no Lei Feis in the UK. So I was like, let me try Lei Fei. Let me see what he's saying. And you know when you pick a character and they just click with you? Like,
Yeah.
you know, I was playing Wolf, but I was like, I like Wolf, but there's something not clicking with me for some reason. And I like Go, but there's a reason why I went to Wolf. There's something not clicking. Then I went to Lei Fei and I was like, oh, okay. Now I see why. Like, this is when you pick a character, and like, I want to play the game constantly. Now I set Finn a voice note. I was like, beware, bro. Be on your P's and Q's. He's kind of like Feng Wei / Lei Wulong. Like, he's got 7 stances, but to me, it didn't seem. People saying like Lei Fei is complicated. I was like, I don't think he is. But maybe because I'm used to playing Feng, and I did play Lei Wulong a little bit as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to sitting down and playing him, because I'm probably going to play him on the weekend because I'm not going to do any streams. And then I'll hit Finn up and be like, right, Finty and Shinblade. Shinblade's going to owe me 50 quid. He thinks I'm going to be playing.
Last time you played, right?
Yeah, bro, I had one hand behind my back, basically. I wasn't even trying. You
did the aura, bro.
I was reading chat while I was doing combos. I was like, it's nothing. This ain't Tekken. He ain't got Lionheart. Lionheart into heat. Did anyone send as many voicemails as Mike? Voicemails?
Maybe they mean voice notes. You said
how would you know if I send voice notes? I ain't never voice noted you, Bliss. What are we talking about here?
That's why I stopped editing. When I do every video, it's all one take. I'm just clicking through stuff, because back in the day, before the algorithm started on YouTube, if you made a video and you had 100 subs, you got 100 views. That's how it was. And I used to vet, like, I have a folder in my drawer of my original YouTube channel. I would be cancelled beyond repair if I ever uploaded that shit. Like, I mean, slurs, not the N word, but other slurs were coming out of my mouth left and right. It was a crazy time.
Crazy. You hear that, Tope? That's kinfolk.
Yeah. But and I used to edit all the time, editing that. This was back when you could put in actual music. You could have it in your intro, your outro, playing through clips of movies and stuff. It was just wild. And then when the algorithm came in, even though you had 100 subs, you'd only get 10 views.
Yeah.
Right. And so you'd spend all of these hours editing and creating the stuff, and then you put it out there and it's like, 15 views. So it's not that we're not appreciative. It's just we got used to how it was, and then they brought in their system, and it just fucked it all up. So over the years, I started going, well, how do I make videos without that sort of level of needing to edit? Might do a rev edit like edit like I did with the MK one. That took like days, piecing that together. But that's rare. Like, everything I do is all in one take. So you don't see, but I've got my mouse here and I'm just clicking through different parts, going from different transitions or whatnot, because it wasn't worth it. Like, it wasn't worth the time to put the edit in. Maybe if you're bigger, then you can then afford to do that. But I realized too, when you're covering things like news, it's so much easier to have it that format, because you can just cover news, just bang, 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 just like that, then throw it out there. Because I use Vegas. I've used Vegas, ever since it first came out in different versions over the years. But maybe you guys can help me. I've lost almost complete passion for talking about fighting games. Right after the legacy stuff and the fallout was seeing the way the community acted, I just lost it. I'm over like I've got other channels I'm working on. I'm fucking playing American Truck Sim. That's how dire things are. But no, to be honest, man, I love to listen. You guys are young. I fucking love my sim games, man. I'm loading up my big fucking truck, my country music. I'm good. Like, I'm happy boy, right? But I play different games. I like playing different genres of the games. But it sucks though, because I love fighting games, but it just kind of killed it. Like, have you guys ever hit that? It's just like, bang, just nah.
No, there's always been a fighting game for me to play. So whenever I have disliked something, I've just gone and tried something else. I've not
Yeah.
ever been like this. The fun is gone. I don't think I've reached that point yet. Maybe it'll come one day, but like a good example is I was huge on Soul Calibur 5. I loved it to death. That was like there was no other game existed to me at that point in time. It was just Soul Calibur 5. And then as things started to wind down, I remember what game was it? I think it was Tekken. I went to Tekken 7. I was playing Tekken 7, and I didn't really fall in love with Tekken 7 straight away. It wasn't until Negan came out where I really started to like try my hand at it. And then when I got tired of Tekken 7, I went back and played some of like my old anime games, like Ultimate Ninja, and I stayed on them for a while. And like, so I just floated. Even when Tekken 8 went funny, I was playing Bleach Rebirth of Souls. Bleach, I've got no beef with Bleach, but I just haven't been playing it because I've been playing Virtua Fighter. I don't suspect I'll be getting tired of Virtua Fighter anytime soon, and that will lead me into 6. But Tokon's going to be like a nice chunky filler for me. So I don't know. I think because I float between different fighting game communities, I've always got something to play.
Yeah, because I can't make content if I don't feel passionate. So, like, this is the most I've been on, like, in front of a camera for ages. You know, apart from like I did my review for He-Man and stuff, and I was going to talk about things like PlayStation, you know, with their culling of the physical media and stuff. But you know, I kind of, it's weird. It's like it's almost like I just got so poisoned by just seeing how like the community was and how they behaved, especially on the classic side. I didn't expect that. And it was just like, wow, like you guys are no different. You guys are no different than what we're dealing with some of the people in NRS side. And then the Legacy collection itself is problematic. I can't play fucking people online properly without it being laggy and.
Just find other things to do with your channel, bro. Like we did a philosophy exam the other day. That was quite funny, and
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, we did a hot take. We did a hot take stream with Yaya, C4, and I think Jay. We've done all sorts of random stuff. So I've always been more interested in talking to people than playing games anyway. So if all the fighting games dry up, I don't think that anything will change for me. I'll just be doing interviews, be doing random live streams, getting into beef with OGs apparently. There'll be something going on.
I think if you're ego driven like me, I've always luckily had someone where it doesn't matter what the game is. If it's me versus them, I'll learn it, and that's helped me a lot. Like the first person was Jammers. Like everyone knows Jammers for Street Fighter. He's played pretty much every game I have. He used to play MVCI. We played Skullgirls. I think we both played Power Rangers at the same time. Because we'll look at a game and go, I wonder out of us two who would be better at it, and then we'll learn the game.
Yeah,
and that's all it takes. And then sometimes, you know, it will be a case of, oh, you won in the first of 10, we'll move on to another one. Or it will be a case of, this game's pretty good. Let's try this again in 2 weeks. Let me learn this other character on my team or whatever. And that transcends to other games. I got into Marvel Rivals because I just wanted to be a better tank than my friend. But again, if you're not like chronically egotistical, that might not work. But I am. I always want to be better than my mates. I always do. So that helps me learn or interact with different games and communities. But if you've got a friend who you don't even need lots of money. There's so many games that are, especially fighting games, that are like £5 on Steam, or you get an emulator for it. As long as you both don't know it, you can have fun. I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I'm a casual, so like, I mean, I can, like, I think I've put the most hours into a fighting game with Grand Blue, but I barely talk about it, probably because, like, you know, you got people out there that actually like know what they're talking about. I've had comments over the years where kind of I've had some people tell me to stay in my lane, you know, and because I don't know, say, as much as you guys might about a particular, like, it's not direct reference. I'm just saying, like, there's definitely smarter people in the space than me when it comes to the intricacies. But I love the genre, you know, so I don't approach a fighting game like, you know, like on a very technical level, like you guys do, you know, because this is like your bread and butter. I'm just like,
You don't need to.
man, this looks
Fate.
fucking cool. This looks fun, you know. And then
Fate.
Granblue stuck me in. Granblue was, dude, that just took me by surprise. I've never gotten into an anime fighter until Granblue. It was amazing.
You know, like plus and minus, right?
Yeah.
You can commentate. That's bro. You might think I'm trolling. I swear to God. I think it was like Ares has said something like, no one cares about the numbers. They don't even care about the move names. Like Jammers does that, but you can't go wrong if you know if something's plus or minus. And in Granblue, you can normally visually tell. You don't really need to know, right? And there's a thing where I think in commentary, people get really hung up on saying the right information all the time. But you can say, I'm not promoting vague posting, but you don't have to say this is plus 11. You can just say it's plus. You don't have to say it's -1. You can say it's safe. You don't have to know the move name. You just call it, the eye stab.
Yeah.
Honestly, you'd be surprised. People.
That's what Eris used to say.
Exactly.
He used the blue stuff for the rage drive in Tekken.
He used the blue stuff.
Honestly, he said it like a troll, but it's kind of genius because pro players know what the move's called, so then they probably don't want to hear it said every time. Like it's the same reason we don't say Hadouken, we just say Fireball because it's universal, right? And then we might say purples, which could be like, I know in Cross Tekken we used to call Guri as purples, purple electrics, right? We don't say fucking electric wing Godfist, like. And if you've got a personality, you make commentary even better. Yeah, because you've got such a massive vocabulary. You're going to always come up with something. You're going to always describe the same thing in a different way. And most people can't do that. You do videos, you do content, you know how to. You've seen the same situation happen, but you've explained it in a different way. You should honestly try commentary, and it will probably not only give you maybe a new reason to like the game. While you're commentating, you're learning more than you would be like playing. Like be in the backseat driver and watching two people play, and you'd be like, "Oh, I wouldn't have done that," and then you've learned something. Now you might implement that the next time you play.
Me and C4 did a commentary for Yaya on Hunter x Hunter. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
I went in there not knowing what was going on, so I was calling it as I was seeing it. And apart from Yaya, I kept on making like jokes at Yaya. So apart from Yaya going, "Shut the fuck up, Mike." It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that.
Commentary isn't. I think a lot of people feel like, there's like a art form for commentary. I got into commentary because I loved chatting shit at house sessions. That's literally it. And my ego got in the way when people were commentating my matches. I was like, that's not. I didn't guess there. I knew he was going to do that, so I wanted to be a commentator.
Yeah.
But anyway, everyone's done it. Everyone's said something while watching a game. You're a commentator. The only difference is, I guess, at like my level, you need a filter and not to swear. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. That's almost impossible for an Australian.
Yeah. But you're not doing it to get paid, right? If you do it on your channel, you can do what the fuck you want. Did you know I asked, can we swear in Invincible Versus? And they said, not really. It's like,
what?
What?
Was it like Omni-Man come into the fight going, "Go fuck yourself"?
I didn't know when I went to Combo Breaker, I didn't know there was a streamer mode for that game where they don't swear. Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. But I swear I turned on Evo and I heard someone swearing. They must have missed in one match or something.
Yeah. Because in Evo, they switch out consoles every like 2 games. So they probably put a console and didn't turn off the swearing.
Yeah, because I heard Mark say, he shouts, just fucking die. Yeah, and I was like, whoa. And sorry, you can't swear.
I was commentating with Rip, right? At Combo Breaker, and the Mark, bro, I saw the combo, I saw the meet, and I was like, I get to scream, just fucking down the com. This is the moment I've been waiting for. And then Rip goes, JFD. And I was like, JFD stands for just fucking die, because he didn't want to swear on comms. It's like, my bubble got so popped, bro.
That's so ridiculous. Could you say something like just fucking perish?
Well, you said the swear word, right?
Or could you say just bloody perish?
Jeez, I was thinking about saying like just freaking die, but I feel it doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't hit the same. It's funny because Pokemon have the same thing. I don't think you're allowed to. Some people probably slip up, but you're not allowed to say that Pokemon died. You have to say fainted or knocked out.
Because of the kids.
So, because like, I mean, like when I, especially with some of the people I was beefing with, that's why I always came up with funny nicknames. It's kind of I think it's an Australian thing. Because I've been watching some Australian shows recently, and I'm like, wow, yeah, we do that shit. You know, but like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, but I know what I'd be like. You know, I'd be like, oh, look at this big bastard throwing this. What color is that? It looks like a piece of shit. You know, like dude, I'd be
commentary.
Just absolutely like.
But Fate, you did commentary at the charity event that we did.
Did I?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were doing commentary. The only match you didn't do commentary was Sikandis. I think you didn't know, or should I commentate this match because of the beef? But you commentate all the rest of them. Yeah, you were on comms. You were good on commentary as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
You were better than me. My only input was, oh man, he's fucking dead. Someone got murked, and I know Sikandar was doing a combo and it wouldn't end, and I was like, let him go, bro, let him die. Went up for like 10 years.
You can commentate. You've got a mic. You literally talk to stream. You can commentate, bro. It's you should you would realize, especially in the FGC, respectfully to chat. I'm not saying anyone in chat, but a lot of people can't hold a conversation with themselves. You can talk. You can yap.
I can fucking talk underwater, which is good or bad. I don't know.
And all you got to do is say what you see. That's literally commentating. Saying what you see.
How many people do you usually have when you're playing the collection?
Oh God, I can't even remember last. When was it? I don't know. Maybe 40 the other day. Maybe whenever it was.
Does it actually work online now?
No.
Okay.
I basically wanted to I was like, I'll just I'll just troll them. I'll just put up with like shitty matches. And then I think I eventually went over to like Grand Blue or something, and no, we did some Fightcade, and then I went to some Grand Blue. So, because I was actually like, I was doing so bad at playing Classic MK, I just didn't have the love in it. You know, I was just, you know, and so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never considered it because I always thought it was kind of like, well, you've got to know these moves, you've got to know the intricacies and stuff like that. You're gonna have some fucking, and in Australia, we call basically like kind of like redneck people, kind of like yobbos. So you'd have some fucking bald yobbos sitting there saying this shit, you know. I'd be playing Grand Blue and what's the trans one?
La Diva.
La Diva. I'd be like, here's that big old tranny coming out. Oh, he's got him in a grab. Check that shit out. No. Right? You bet he wished he wasn't fucking there and that little hairy armpit smelling. Like, dude, you do not want that shit from me. Like, see, look at his face. You can tell he's like, right, no, you know what?
Hey,
I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have encouraged him.
On your stream, you can say that. You might not get paid to commentate, but you can have fun commentating.
Yeah, they'd be like, take the mic away.
You know what?
Take the mic away.
The next time you have to commentate a La Diva thing, you're going to think of another way to describe her. And you won't use that word.
Yes, I know.
There you go. You're going to have to get creative. Not with the slurs. We're just describing La Diva.
So we had a rule in the house for the kids not to wear it, right, growing up, right? And my son, who's now 21, I think the worst thing I've ever heard him say is bloody. So, because I always sort of said to him, it's like, get creative. You know, think of something really funny. You know, think of good word use and stuff when you want to insult people or whatever you want to say. And I hear him when he's talking to his friends, you know, and I'm sitting there going, like, there's not a single word being said in the swear word, but it's just like, I don't even know if he knows how to swear. Like, he's so used to like just coming up with all of this like crazy shit. And I kind of like that too. I kind of like that. No offense to trans people, by the way. I'm just clear. I like the character. He's cool, right? But I'm just, you know, I don't know. Sometimes the filter doesn't. Like I said, when the camera goes off, I'm a normal person. Camera goes on. It's you know, like. But I actually like the idea. Like I like. I mean, I wouldn't be an FGC type of, you know, like you guys are, but I do like fighting games, like watching fighting games, you know, not a competitive. I just like watching the gameplay, you know, so I don't know.
Yeah, just do it your way, man. Easy on the slurs, but yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course, yeah, of course, yeah. No, I was been trying to be funny. But like, you know, as Australians are, but like, and try not to drop so many C words, because I don't know if there's a limit on YouTube before they demonetize you. But
there is a limit. It's probably 2. It's probably 2 and you're done.
Yeah, he's like, he's Australian, he gets 1, like, because the emphasis. But no, but like, no, I mean, I could do it. It's just, it just sucks that when, you know, like I've always had that passion for it, but then things happen, and there's been stuff happening in the real too that also doesn't help. But like, you know, you just kind of feels like you're deflated, you know, and you're like, but I won't make content just to keep things rolling along. Yeah. I can't put out content if I don't feel it, you know. Just
give yourself some time. Sometimes you need some time to just get the passion back and be like, I want to go back and do this. If you force it, then sometimes, like before I did the video with Dell, after the Roofermonger thing, I was like, that shit was like, there was a lot of research that went into everything that went on. I don't think I want to make a video. I didn't make a video for like 8 days. I did some live streams, we just was sitting here having some fun or whatever, but I was like, don't want to make a video. You just don't do it if you're not feeling it. Like, I know obviously with like YouTubers get into this thing where they just want to, you make one, you see subscribers come in, and you're like, it helps my channel, I need to make another. But sometimes better to just chill and then actually make something people want to watch. I learned that pretty early on. It's with live streams, because we're here playing games and we're just having chit chat, you can just kind of do them whenever. But with videos, I think you should try to be, there should be a purpose behind each video. Like it shouldn't just be like, oh, this happened today, I'm going to talk about this. Because in the past week, there's been so much shit happening. Like me and C4 were talking about shit that had been happening at Evo. I could have spoken about, as a matter of fact, you know, we'll bring it up on stream since I don't know if these guys have heard about it. And then I'll read out OJ's super chat after that. But there was a situation at Evo. Well, no, there wasn't, or that potentially was. We don't know. But there's a player called King Bundy, and this cosplayer, and I think she's like an artist as well, called Amor. And I believe this person impersonated King Bundy and went up to a TO or messaged a TO on Discord and said, so I feel really bad about this, but I basically got offered a blowjob by this girl to throw my match, and I took it. And the TO was like, are you being fucking serious? Like, and I was reading like, what the fuck? What do you mean? And
I saw this,
a more screenshotted it, or like someone sent her the screenshot and put it on Twitter. And obviously everybody, before any research was done, and I reacted to it, but my reaction was, what the fuck? That was it. I didn't say anything else because I was like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's lying here. So I went, what the fuck did I just read? But everybody started dogpiling King Bundy. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, that's a screenshot, guys. That's a fucking screenshot. And I was talking to C4 about it. I was like, I ain't making a video on this because we just don't know what's going on. Lo and behold, it turns out someone impersonated King Bundy after that post got over 2 million views. My man got dragged up and down the FGC for a blowjob he never received. He didn't do anything wrong.
That's almost criminal. Yeah.
Bro, and then they had to, like, this apology tour basically started. And then Amor, she posted something, and I was like, we used to follow each other, but I think after the Thai situation, she unfollowed me, which I thought was really funny because I was like, this is the exact same thing. This is the exact same thing. You falsely accused somebody. I said, sorry, I held my hands up. Do you want to know what she did? She was like, I'm going to go on a witch hunt and look for the person that did this. And I was like, you guys are not equipped to look for the person that did this. You just dogpiled King Bundy.
Yeah.
This guy was smart enough to fool everybody. So just leave it as it is. If you find the wrong person, that guy's going to get doxxed as well. Because apparently people were posting King Bundy's picture and his name on Twitter on like some witch hunt shit. So imagine they go look for another guy and he's like, wait, it's not me. And everyone starts attacking him. You just get this situation. And then Femshet basically apparently did some research into finding out if it was actually King Bundy or not. But the research was a notepad. Like, it was a notepad and everybody took it as the gospel. And I was thinking to myself, it's good that it was looked into, but there's no proof here. So what could happen is what if there's a scenario where King Bundy, that is the real King Bundy, and he did actually say that to the TO, but because people are saying it's an impersonator, and someone that is favored in the FGC is saying he didn't say it, he's just getting away with it. So I was like, we don't actually know who's in trouble here. I was like, I'm not going to make a video on this. People were messaging me saying, are you going to talk about it? Because Technicals was talking about it. And I was like, hell no, bro, I ain't touching that. We don't know what's going on here. When we know what's going on, then I'll talk about it. I'll talk about its entirety. But if
That's too radioactive. Yeah.
It's not even about it being radioactive, but that would literally be farming something that nobody knows what's really going on.
Yeah.
We don't really know what's going on. It was screenshots at the end of the day and notepad writings. That was it. That was it. That's all that happened. And it went all over the FGC. And I was sitting there like, what is going on, bro? Can't we just go to tournaments and play in peace? So yeah, I was like, so many people said talk about it, Mike. I was like, I ain't fucking talking about that. You must be mad. You must be mad, Dreadlocks. I ain't touching that shit. There's certain things you look at it and you're like, that's your fight. If it ever comes out that we actually know definitively who it is, then I think it's like, okay, you can talk about it now because now we know what's happened here. Now we can start pointing some fingers. But for now, even though King Bundy and Amor squashed it, we still don't actually know what the truth is. No one knows who this person is that had King Bundy's name.
Yeah.
Mad
Jeez.
situation.
Is it true people smell at these events?
I don't know about you guys. I C4 was there, but yeah, I've been to some. I walked into a couple of rooms before and I'm like, yeah, I need to go.
I will say, I guess I'm not really defending anyone. I'm throwing one person under the bus. Normally the case is one person smells and everyone else either accepts it or doesn't notice it because they're with the person the whole day. But it's normally one person. It's not normally a collective like stink. It's normally one person. Yeah.
Do you know what pisses me off? When I see guys go up on stage barefoot. That shit I saw it at Versus fighting and I was like, I was looking at Justin. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be a prick because I was sitting right near the front of the stage. And I was looking at Justin. I was like, are you gonna ban him, bro? He took off his socks on stage. Ban him. That is a bannable offense.
That is Veruca spreading. That I mean
gangrene shit.
I don't know if it's ban him, but I'd be like, you need to get something on your foot, like something.
Do you know what? I'd ban sandals at FGC tournaments. No sandals.
What about Crocs? A lot of people wear Crocs.
You have to wear socks.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
You gotta wear socks.
Damn, someone said someone's name, and that's exactly what I was thinking of.
That's crazy.
It's not even the only one, but the person who does it the most is Noah the Prodigy. That's who I remember. But he does wear socks. He wears Crocs and socks. It's all right.
I didn't even know Noah did that. That's why do people take off their shoes and socks?
Well, he just goes to tournaments in Crocs with socks. He doesn't take them off.
Oh no, if he's wearing Crocs with socks, that's fine.
Yeah.
So man, they were on stage barefoot, man.
That I don't think I've encountered, luckily.
If I have to play someone in pools and they're not wearing shoes or socks, I'm actually gonna complain. I'm gonna get out because I'm considering going Versus Fight and entering Virtua Fire. If I see that, I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna put my hand up like a teacher's pet and be like, Justin, can you sort it out, please? Give him some socks.
Can I get a TO?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it is.
What the hell is backyard in Guilty Gear?
The backyard is, if you know DC OJ, it's kind of like the source wall or like what's the Flash thing called? Where does the Flash get his power from?
Oh, the Speed Force.
The Speed Force, yeah, it's kind of like the Speed Force / the source wall. It's basically a dimension where everything in reality is made to be in our reality. It's dumb. It's very dumb. There's no good answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing in Guilty Gear.
Yeah, so it's not a great thing, but it exists. Yeah.
Lexi, thank you for the $5. Do lobbies with your chat fate and have friends on chatting during. I think that's a big part of the appeal of Mike's channel. Yeah, I just get like if C4 Finn and it's usually C4 Finn and Chad, but sometimes Tom comes up or like someone random and we'll do a talk. I remember when we were playing Tekken and Shinblade jumped on, and then another guy jumped on. I think you were on as well. Mike
Was that the one with him
jumped
and
on.
Jay?
No, it's when Mike ATL started telling us about his threesomes.
Oh yeah, that was a crazy one. Yeah.
That was mad. Mike ATL started talking to us about women, and he was like, "Yeah, man, I done this, I done that, I done this," and then I had 2 girls the other night. I was like, "Mike, we're on live, you know." And he just kept going. It was like, "I don't care," and he was like, "Yeah, I had 4 girls once." So I was like, "4, bro, 4." He was like, "Yeah, man, I don't get tired." I was like, "Probably not."
I think one's enough. Shit.
Yeah,
when
he went off like, and Shinblade was laughing, and then we had some other guy on, and I don't know whose cousin he was, someone's cousin, and he was like, "Yeah, I watched Dragon Ball Z," and I said to him, "What planet is Vegeta from?" And he went quiet, and I was like, "Get the fuck off my street, bro."
I remember watching that stream, but I wasn't on it. Was it like Budokai? No, it was like an anime talk. It was like an anime talk. I remember.
Yeah, we were playing Tekken, but we were talking about anime.
Yeah. I remember that.
I remember when I said to him, "What planet is Vegeta from?" and he just went quiet. I was like, "Bro, there's 2 answers here. You can give me the original name or you can give me the Saiyan name. Either will be fine." I'm expecting the Saiyan name, and he went quiet, and I was like, "You need to go. You have to
That's
go."
an easy layup.
Yeah, that's an easy layup. But yeah, so yeah, I think we've pretty much covered everything. I was gonna say I saw people in chat arguing about the Red thing. Guys, listen, the best thing that you can do for Red right now, because he's not seeing sense, is just not engage with his stream. If you want to go over there and watch a car crash, then by all means, but I don't think you should wind him up in chat because he's not built for this internet stuff. The very petty thing that's happened between me and him has obviously set him off. So God forbid if I ever got into beef with him like I did with Fate. I think he'd probably book a ticket to the UK. I might actually be in trouble. But yeah, just leave it. It's fine. He's got my DMs. If he wants to talk to me, he can. I already told him. He's just got to apologize for acting like that. We can keep it moving. But yeah, don't go over there and troll him. It's not worth it. Anything you guys want to end on?
No, I'm all good.
We still? Are you? What time's
the fuck? What is wrong with like an American truck sim? Right? I felt some. I felt. You know what I'm saying? Right.
So what do you do in it? Like, you just stock up on like sweets and drive for 10 hours?
Pretty much. Well, I think. All right. So this is a bit of a full disclosure. I've always loved the idea of driving a truck. Always have. I don't know why. I think it's kind of like that. You know, when you drive, right? So you drive by yourself, you might just go for a drive and you've got your music and it's that isolation. It's got to be a man thing. It has to be a fucking man thing, right? And, but I always like the idea. You got your fucking bed and your TV and stuff, open road, you know. The way my anxiety is, this is the closest I can get. So, so in those games, and you can actually play online with people too, but in those games, essentially, it's just kind of the same thing. Like any sim game, you pick up the load, you deliver the load, but it's all about following the road rules and shit. It's like any sim game. I was playing.
If I come back to Australia and I rent out a truck and I come knock on your door and I'm like, let's go on a road trip, bro. We'll film it. We'll vlog. Our very first vlog. Will you be down for that?
As long as it's an automatic truck. Actually, well, I'd need to have a license for it. So
I can drive a truck. I can drive a truck.
No, you can drive. No, we could drive the truck, but if the cops pull us over and go, "Are you allowed to drive it?"
Yeah, I can get a truck license. That's light work. I drove a truck before. I wasn't supposed to, but I had to drive a truck.
How big? What, semi?
Yeah. Basically,
Nice.
I used to like do a lot of events work, and one time the truck driver had food poisoning, and he was fucked, and we were by the Jurassic Coast, which is it's kind of near Durdle's Door in the UK, and they were like, and bear in mind all the roads are near hills, so if you fuck up if you just accidentally fall asleep at the wheel, you're just gonna fly off into the water. So they said to me, "Oh, Mike, can you drive a truck?" And I was still new at the time, and I was like, "Yeah, I can drive a truck." In my mind, though, because I liked racing, I used to do go-kart racing all the time, and I used to like race cars and stuff. And in my mind, I was like, "Yeah, I could drive a fucking truck, bro." Got in this thing, and I was like, "What have I done?" I looked at the dashboard, and the guy's looking at me, and I think he starts to clock on that I'm like, I don't know what's going on, and he's like, "Can I trust you? Can I trust you to drive?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got it." It was the most terrifying thing I've ever done in my life. But I did it. I drove for 20 minutes by the Jurassic Coast. I parked up. I don't know how. There weren't too many cars around, to be fair. I don't think I'd drive a truck in London because I think I'd actually end up hitting someone. But I did it.
Yeah.
So if we're in the outback in Australia, I'll probably get away with it.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, you probably could. Well, I convinced all my mates to get it, because I was playing it and showing them, and they're like, "Oh, that's not bad." So then the online session's called a convoy. So I created one, and Ringy, who just he became a member earlier in the stream. He's my mate from Ireland. He's fucking running every red light because we're like, okay, we'll go from like Phoenix to this place. We'll just make sure we've got a job that can take us to this place. And then he treated it like a fucking race. Like he's getting fines, hitting cars and stuff. No, but it's funny. Like to be honest, I've always played sim games ever since I was young. Like SimCity, all sorts of shit. I find them really relaxing. It's weird, like I play a lot of fighting games and shooters and stuff, but sometimes I just need to, I just want that chill. I could easily make a fucking truck channel. I'd have so much fun. The problem is though, you can't stream the music because of copyright. So I'd probably have to have headphones in to listen to it to get me in the mood. But
you can still stream it. You'll get a copyright claim, but I don't think you'll get a strike, will you?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I know sometimes games, I don't know if they do it in fighting games where they might make stuff streamer safe. So they'll have like some alternate soundtrack that can play or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, you're a racing car guy. So you've been playing like sim racing type stuff. I'm assuming you were back in the day playing Colin McRae, Richard Burns Rally, stuff like that.
Colin McRae was probably my main game. Was my dad was a racing driver back in Uganda, so he was the top motocross driver out there for.
That's sick.
He won 4 championships, and when he came back here, he got into go-karting. If my dad didn't marry my mum, which obviously I'm glad he did, otherwise I wouldn't exist. But if he didn't marry my mum, he would have. I think my dad would have gotten into world touring cars, and I think he would have done really well. He would have at least been towards the top because I started go-karting, and I was always number one. Like whenever I'd go with my boys, I'd always win. When I entered races for a little while, and I didn't win, but I'd get like 3rd or 2nd against people that were racing for a while.
Yeah.
And every time I raced my dad would murk me, and I'd be like, "Bro, you're old now. Like you haven't been racing in ages. How am I losing to you?" He was just always good at it. Like I was always chasing him. I could never catch him, but in trying to catch up to him, I was always faster than most other people. And when I was in Australia, we went go-karting, and I murked everybody. I took screenshots so all my boys can never live it down. I uploaded them. I was like, "You can hold that shit." And we went to the Formula 1 simulator in central London, and one of my boys was chatting shit, saying, "Yeah, you ain't gonna beat me on this." I eviscerated him. Took screenshots of it. I was like, "You ain't gonna live it down." So yeah. If it wasn't for fighting games, I'd probably be a racing game channel. There's times where I'm always like, should I open up another channel and just do racing games? But I don't think I'd find the time.
Yeah. I'm assuming you keep up the latest F1 releases. Do you do that? Do you get usually the latest F1? Was it F1 26? Is F1 26 or 25?
The latest F1 games have been a little bit disappointing to me. I haven't really enjoyed them as much as I thought I would have. I think part of my love for racing games has died off a little bit because my dad doesn't play any games anymore because he's much older now. And I used to compete with him. And my brother was also super competitive with me on Gran Turismo, and he's moved away from fighting games. He just plays racing games. He just plays Call of Duty now. So me wanting to compete in the games has kind of died off. I more just enjoy going go-karting. and
Yep.
I'm going to Japan next year. And there's a guy in my friendship group called Zane, and he's into drifting and like racing. He went to the Nürburgring, and he reckons he's faster than me. I reckon I'm faster than him. So I said, let's go to Yokohama, let's get some Hondas, and let's race. So we're gonna do a proper race when we get to Japan. So I still want to compete with racing, but with video games, I don't know, man. Like my want to compete is kind of gone because my family stopped playing.
Yeah, that's really. I remember there was a. You had some PlayStation games. I think you were showing off the other day. I remember like playing Colin McRae Rallycross. You know, just V Rally was shit. The cars were too bouncy. It was like driving air bubbles. But Colin McRae was amazing because it was one of the first games I remember that actually had like splatter of blood onto the car. You know, and that was cool. Like, you know, we got to see games like evolve where they over time, oh, there's the skid mark still on the track once we go around on a lap, or dirt on the car still, or oh, you go through the puddle, oh, the dirt's off it now. Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, like graphics are great now, but it was kind of cool seeing the evolution of some of these games, you know, like, but yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I played tons of shit. It's weird that I ended up just focusing so much on a fighting game channel because I play so much other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I I know it's old, but yeah, I do like sim games. They're relaxing, you know.
So do you like racing games then?
Always have. Not saying I'm great at them, but I've been playing them since I was a kid.
I'll get the new Gran Turismo, and we'll do a Gran Turismo beef set.
I don't have a PlayStation, unfortunately, so it had to be something on PC.
They didn't release Gran Turismo on PC?
Nah, I always hoped that they would because they were bringing their games to PC, but if they don't release any more games to PC, the chances of that is probably slim. So, somebody mentioned Assetto Corsa. Yeah, you could do Assetto Corsa. Whatever versions of F1 you got. What are we up to? You got WRC Rally. I think
I can
might
get
be still
it.
going around.
I've got the latest Formula One game. I don't play it as much, but is it crossplay?
I'm assuming so. I would assume so in this day and age. There's a game. You got Steam library, yeah? Like you got a Steam account.
Yeah.
There's a game on there called Old School Rally. Look it up. It literally looks like the PlayStation 1 graphics.
Okay.
It's fucking, dude, it is so good. It's so good. It's got like Colin McRae car in there, the Subaru, whatnot. It's got all in there, right? But it's got that old school look, but it handles beautifully. At least for me, anyway.
Is it from the same era as Colin McRae of the Ford and the Subaru
Yeah, I think it's got newer cars. It's also got the older ones. Yeah, just have a look, man. Look it up. Old school rally, on Steam. I don't know if it's on console. I think it might actually. You know what? It might be. You might want to check.
Is Assetto Corsa on PlayStation? Is it crossplay? I could have been the next Jan Madumbo. Yeah, I like the GT Championships. I think the GT Championships are good. I think he's the GT champion, isn't he? If I'm not mistaken. Is Assetto Corsa? Is it crossplay?
Richard Burns Rally. Geez, that's an old one. Yeah, Richard Burns Rally. Yeah.
Assetto Corsa is only crossover between PlayStation and Xbox. PC players remain completely isolated on their own platform. That's so disappointing. That's a good game.
It is a good game. That's real hardcore too. Like really, I think they just brought out a rally version actually. Assetto.
Yeah, I could just buy on PC. My PC's good now.
Assetto Corsa Rally came out November last year, still in early access. So there's a rally game there. That's really cool about your dad, man. Like, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I've always loved rally. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the fuck they do it, man. Because when you go into like the POV inside the car and you're like this, I don't understand how they do it. It's crazy. Like it's so slim that when there's like shooting down those roads and
Rallying is
how'd your
terrifying.
dad do it? How the fuck did he do it, man? Like, did you ever
You
ask
got-
him? Like,
You gotta be fearless. Like whenever I've been racing, you can't be worried about taking the chicane and like flying off into the barricade or whatever, like
Yeah.
the tires. You can't be worried about that. Like I remember I used to watch Michael Schumacher when I was a kid, and before he became like the GOAT, he would crash all the time because he was always trying to push the limit of the car and see where you would where's the best braking spots and when's best to like go into someone's slipstream. And I would watch him and be like, yeah, you just got to be fearless. Like, you can't get into a car to race people seriously and be worried about crashing. That's just like, that's one thing. Obviously, everybody's worried about crashing and dying. I remember, I think Ayrton Senna died on my birthday because he crashed and the steering wheel went through his head or something. So obviously, everyone's scared of crashing. But if you're going to be great at racing, there's got to be some level of being fearless. And my dad, when you put him behind the wheel, which is also to my detriment because my dad has road rage. So he would get in the car and someone would be driving at the speed limit, and he'd go ballistic. And I'd be in the car panicking, but my dad's is so good behind the wheel. He'd do all sorts of mad shit on the road, and I'd be like, I shouted at him once. I was like, I don't want to sit in the car with you. Like, it's not that I know that you can outmaneuver people on the road, but you're old and we're in a dangerous area, and you're screaming at random Nigerian men on the road. They're going to beat us up, and he just wouldn't listen. Because my dad was not a fighter, but he'd give it the big one, and he'd start on people on the road. So his racing skills, I think they got to his head because he would just treat people like shit on the road. It pissed me off. But he was a sick racer. He was a very sick racer. Like my dad was. You put my dad behind the wheel, he'll figure the car out straight away.
Yeah, that's a gift. It's a gift, man.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask him to if I can borrow some of his medals and trophies. I'll show you them on stream.
That'd be cool because I've never met anyone that's like actually done rally because it's so impressive. I mean, we've had we've got our own racing codes here with the V8 supercars and shit. I think over your way it's Toka, the Toka Racing. And we've had our we had our Peter Brocks and Dick Johnsons and stuff. That was cool, but rally's a different beast. And
rally's scary.
Yeah. It's kind of like the tornado of car racing. It's just this natural disaster that could happen at any time because you're not driving on you can drive on bitumen, but you're I don't know how they do it, dude. Because when I'm playing a rally game and I've got the navigator going, easy left, easy right, sharp left, jump, water puddle, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, and that's great, but how does that work in real life? That fucking navigator has got to be, just he to the millimeter knowing that this is happening and what you got to do, and the driver's got to trust it.
Yep.
1,000%.
It has
it's
to
just
be a
the full
symbiotic
faith.
relationship. It has to be symbiotic. There can't be a lack of trust in a rally car. Did you watch rallying when Carlos Sainz and Peter Solberg were going back and forth?
No, I missed that.
Bro, I'm pretty sure his name was Carlos Sainz. This guy was fearless. Like Peter Solberg was my favorite racer. And the Subaru was always my favorite car in rallying. But he came in, I think he was driving, what car was he driving? It began with C, I can't remember now. But he came in.
Not a Civic, Honda Civic, Citroen, no.
Yeah, I think it was a Citroen. It might have been a Citroen. I can't remember exactly, but I just remember Carlos Sainz came in and this guy, he just threw caution to the wind. Every single time I saw him, I was like, he's going to die today. He's actually going to die. And he'd murk it. He would murk it every time. And I'd watch him and be like, that's crazy. I think his son became a Formula One driver as well.
Yeah. Yeah. You would have seen that. I think Michael Schumacher's son, is he in Ferrari?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest.
Oh, somebody said the Celica. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, it might be a Celica. Yeah. That's my son's favorite car, actually.
Yeah, Subaru was my favorite car back in the day. That was the Subaru Impreza.
Yeah.
Good car.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna wrap it up, bro. I need to get some sleep.
No, that's all right, man.
but
Thanks for having me on, bro.
I definitely want to do a stream where we play some racing games. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you do look around, the Steam sales are on right now.
Mhm.
So, you know, if you can think of anything, have a look, because, yeah, they're usually pretty good discounts and stuff. But, yeah, whatever you're up for, I'll give it a go.
I'll have a browse after I come off stream, and then I'll let you know.
So, all right, thanks, man. I
All
appreciate
right, bro.
that.
See you in a bit.
Gotcha.
All right, guys. Well, that was the stream. Kind of went off topic again, but I think it was for the best. Just want to say real quick, guys, don't go and try. I'm asking you, please, if you're gonna go and watch Red stream, I ain't got this. Fine, it's all good, but don't troll him in the chat. He can't deal with that stuff. He's not. You know, he's not dealing with the trolling well. Some of us can deal with it. You guys know I don't mind it, but not everyone can deal with it. So if you're gonna go and watch him, just watch him. Don't say anything. There's no point. He's not even reading chat anyway. But aside from that, appreciate all of the super chats as always. Appreciate your Lexi. Thank you for the $5. Don't forget about the Sikanda fake beef squashing thing that you're supposed to set up. Yeah, don't worry, I forgot. I'll chat to Sikanda over the weekend, see what he's doing. Yeah, we'll get that sorted. Probably get it squashed in private, to be honest. I don't think that needs to happen on stream, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll see what Sikanda wants to do. But yeah, guys, like I said, if you're gonna watch the car crash, I don't blame you. It is hard to look away, but don't interact with him because he can't deal with the criticism. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. C4's right. I was being paid. So yeah, appreciate the support on the stream, guys. It means a lot. Tomorrow I'll be here with Finn and C4 and potentially Yaya. I won't tell you what the stream is going to be about, but it'll be a fun one. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Take care of yourselves and peace out.